Mr. Navneet Kumar Pandey has joined us. Very good morning to you, sir.
Good
And
morning.
this is really a matter of pride and privilege for us that you gave your consent for this 2 days international e-conference. Uh, it's really very. We are feeling privileged that you are with us uh, here as a resource person. Before
Let
before before I start of the lecture of Mr. Navneet Kumar Pandey, I am just going to give a brief introduction of uh, Mr. Pandey. Mr. Pandey is working as principal software engineer at Kobler, Oslo, Norway, and he received his MS research in computer science, network security from IIT Delhi in year 2008. He worked as senior software engineer, University of Oslo, device driver developer, Intel Corporation, software development engineer at Amazon.com. Uh, Mr. Pandey completed his MCA from Guru Ghasidas University, Bilaspur, and uh, during his MS research from IIT Delhi, he published many research papers and he was awarded with Best Student Paper Award at the conference held in Spain and is sponsored by Nokia. And after that, he joined Intel and Amazon at India and US. Uh, so this is with this brief introduction, we are going to uh, request Mr. Pandey for his lecture. And really, we are feeling privileged, sir, and feeling proud too that you are with us. Thank you very much, sir. And over to you, Mr. Pandey.
Thanks for presenting, and I'm glad to be part of the conference. And thanks for giving opportunity to present the work. I'll share my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible.
Yes. A little more information about where I'm working. I'm working at Kobler, uh, which is a contextual advertisement company based in Oslo, Norway. I'm you can say kind of like founding member because I started from the beginning, uh, 6 years from now. Uh, Now it's becoming big company because we have launched already in Sweden, and we are quite big there, and we are launching also in Netherlands and Germany soon. And then we have also planned to launch in US with collaboration with New York Times. Uh, so um, why our product or company is growing? We are providing a contextual advertisement, which is a quite contrast with respect to Google and Facebook, which they are um, they are doing advertisement based on the privacy, uh, based on user tracking and uh, other mechanism which follows the which does not adhere to the um, like benign privacy uh, and respecting the user's privacy. Going back into that landscape, first I will tell about more about how this advertisement system works. So in today's talk, mainly it will be in real-time bidding for programmatic buying for our digital advertisement, digital ad or online ads. So how this real-time bidding works, and what are the different components and trends. That will be my the content of my today's lecture. So first I'll explain about what is the real-time bidding and what are the different components, and what is the inventory where you will show your ads. Third is what kind of data which has been used, and the fourth one is how it is getting bigger, or what is the future of this way of buying and showing ads. So what is programmatic buying? Programmatic buying is automated way of buying, uh, both from like supply side and demand side, uh, to show the impression. Impression is basically when ad is shown to any of the viewer, we call that one as ad impression. So programmatic buying is basically showing, running a campaign and displaying advertisement through everything through the programmatically online or real time. So there are different components in the programmatically buying. First one is targeting. So when any of the organization, it decides to show to run a campaign online, it first defines the target. The target is about like particular user. So here the main criteria when you define, or main basically a goal when we define target, is to minimize the number of user. Basically you target only those audience or reader which is directly related to your product, or where you want, basically the group, in which group you like to show the ads. The second one is the streamlining. Basically that means this component basically defines the technology to manage and refine the relationship between supply and demand. Third one is segmentation. This is more about, this is related to targeting, but it's more about making group among those set of users. So you segment different user type, and it could be based on the age, it could be based on the language they speak, it could be based on the area they live. There are many different components. And the fourth one is the scale. The scale is quite different compared to the static advertisement which used to happen in the like print newspaper or uh, TV and other way of advertisement. Here you show ads one time for one user. So it means you will be showing many hundreds of thousands of ads per second. So therefore digital advertisement has to be very, um, uh, it requires to be complex and high performance uh, system, in the base system in which it will run. And fourth one is automation. Since it happens with so high volume, with high velocity, everything has to be automated. Uh, uh, since I'll give you just one small number that we bid and show the ads within 100 milliseconds. So that's quite a fractional of seconds. So therefore, everything has to be automated. I talk about term target and segmentation, and basically those two terms can be defined based on the building block called audience. So there are many ways to segregate the audience. Um, in this slide, I'm presenting some basic ways to define what would be your audience, which these are the filters exposed by the Facebook or Google or any other common user tracking based uh, advertisement system. First one is like you can define based on the age, that men with young men, just 18 to 35-year old. Other way could be like working professional. They are making with a high salary or like mid-range salary. So you can also basically target based on their economic status. Third one could be, if you want to sell the baby product, you can define your audience by mothers who live within a suburb area or like city area. You can also define purely based on the location. So men's living in a New York or men's living in like your local city area. The fourth one is interesting. These are uh, uh, which is quite common target, which is based on their interest. For example, person or working adults looking for going on vacation. These are most airline company or holiday company, they spend huge amount of money to target those people. Also, women's, they like jewelries and other things. Of course, some men's also do. Uh, so targeting based on their interest on specific jewelry, clothings, those kind of things is common way of defining the audience based on which you can make segment or you can make target. Uh, yeah. In the target, I would also like to define there are two ways to segregate it. One is based on the audience. That is the behavior of uh, behavior of audience based on their personal properties. For example, where they are, location, or their age, and other user specific information. The second one is a contextual advertisement, where you don't make group or audience based on the person or the reader, but based on the generic context. For example, what they are reading, how is the weather, and or other like if there is some election going on, then based on the election, based on the uh, uh, based on their sort of like common public opinion about different things. For example, if some person inclined to have anti-immigrants or anti some religious kind of things, like those kind of could be the segments. So when they're reading about those articles, you can define those target. So even though one can say it's maybe not the best ethical approach to segment those things, but in advertisement, it's more important to target it, and you're not targeting based on the user um, personal profile, but it's more like in based on the common public knowledge. So based on what they're reading, like if they are reading about the food articles, you can show it on the food articles, food related things, food related ads. So those are example of the contextual advertisement or contextual targeting. The Cobbler, our company, we are only on the contextual targeting. We don't track the user. This is one of the modern way of advertisement, and we are competing with Google and Facebook and other um, uh, other big companies which are in this space. Uh, one of the interesting thing is how the whole programmatic buying works. I will I'll give a brief introduction about it. So when you'll open any news article, you will when you open any news article in your browser, the browser sends signal uh, to the ad exchange, where they will advertise that somebody's loading one page with this content, and all the bids for that ad is welcome. And then the bidders who are interested on buying those ad space will bid for that. I have a small animation for that. I will show you. No, so you can see that there is one news article, and once in step one, once the user has requested for that page in the publisher's web server, it will generate one signal. For example, here, this is example of user specific with the user specific information, but this is not really required. So when an article is open, it will go to publisher web server, where the uh, publisher web server is connected with the sorry, publisher ad server first. A publisher ad server is used when they are using guaranteed buying. So guaranteed buying is different than programmatic buying. Programmatic buying is based on the auction thing, whereas the guaranteed buying is if they have personal deal with some big companies like Coca-Cola or other, where they have to show this many ads per day. So first, publisher ad server sees checks that if they have if this is relevant for the guaranteed impression. If it is not, it sends signal to the if it is yes, then it's the guaranteed ads is shown. If it is not, it goes to the supply side platform we call SSP. This SSP then sends signal to the ad exchange, or sometimes SSP resides inside the ad exchange. It's a very similar like stock exchange, where then the bidding happens. Like for this space, what are the different bidders who would like to bid for that? So those bidder usually they call, or their system called DSP, demand side platform. Here in this diagram, we can see that they are bidding for different with the different prices, and whoever will have a highest price, that DSP will be selected. That DSP will win the auction, and it will be chosen to show to show their ad. You can see in the highest in step 4, highest bidding DSP will have a ad impression. So ad impression is when ad is displayed, we'll call ad impression, and the ad itself is called creative. So it delivers the creative, and then finally the ad is shown. So in the blank space in the news article, this is shown. Everything happens quite fast within it's supposed to happen within 100 milliseconds, but within 100 milliseconds there are 2 or 3 communication happens. So usually at our company, we take around like 3 to 4 milliseconds these days. We bid around 20,000 bits per second, which is quite high. Earlier, we used to we had a very optimal system, but it was quite costly. So we moved to have a little bit more time because um, because there is no, I mean, as long as we are within the boundary, it's okay. So when we had a very costly optimal system, we are taking around like 800 milliseconds. So why such kind of programmatic buying or like real-time bidding for ad space is beneficial? It's beneficial for both. It's beneficial for advertiser because now they can select the target. When you show ads in the TV or news article, print media, you will be showing you're sort of kind of broadcasting. So you're not showing ad to the relevant people, but also you're showing ad to the irrelevant people as well. And majority of that ad impression goes to those target, which is not your actual target. So advertiser do the focused advertisement, and they can also track the performance of the campaign better because it's showing to the better. Like they can choose their target more if it is not working to that different target. So the advertiser gets 2 sort of benefits. One is they're choosing right target, and second one is they will have also option to choose that to alter the target if it is not working. So they have option to tune their target much more configurable. Publishers who are publisher like newspaper, they also get benefit out of this by they are getting more bids, so they are the monetization is happening better in this way. Rather than having a static price, they will depend upon the context. Their ad space, they can sell their space in a higher price. Third one is a consumer. They receive also, they don't receive like irrelevant ad. They can, with this programmatic buying, they will be the ads will be more dynamic, more live, and more maybe relevant, and also not repetitive ad that they will be seeing. The fourth one is agencies. So the ad agencies, which are a very different component here. I haven't explained it, but these are kind of like broker or third party, which is advertising or running campaign for some advertiser. So they also get benefit because they have option to optimize where they want to show their ads. When the price is good, they will show the ads, like those things. Now I'll talk about inventory. Inventory is a set of ad space where you can show your ads. In this case, let's say one website is open 1,000 times. So then your inventory are those thousands of ad spaces that can be shown. So there are different kind of inventory. One is mobile inventory. As you can see, when you open newspaper, in the top place, there will be a space for ad that we call top banner. And the desktop, in the second part, middle part, you can see there are many ad spaces. So there are, in desktop, you have more options to like there are more places for ad. So there are more number of there is bigger inventory when the ad is shown in the desktop. And there are third one is tablet. Tablet has little bigger size, like you can show little bigger size of ad without obstructing the main content. These are kind of like different inventory based on the platform. There are two components, as I explained. One is when you talk about with respect to inventory, one is like SSP, another is DSP. SSP, which is providing a technology for ad space, and the DSP is consuming that one. There are many different type of also ads that you can show. So based on that, you can also define your inventory. For example, display inventory, and then second one is a mobile and tablet. Third one is the video, and fourth one is native. Native is a bit different, where when you show your ad, sometimes the ads um, are written or like displayed or rendered in such a way that it looks like another news, but it's a sort of like ad. So those ads are called not native ad. And there are other things which are kind of semi-programmatic. For example, programmatic like Google search, Google AdSense, like those kind of things. Those are very specific. But Cobbler targets only on the premium inventory, and premium inventory is why we call premium, because they have a highest they get highest price for particular ad. So these are inventory owned by the top publishers like New York Times, or in context of India, it will be like Times of India, Hindustan Times, Indian Express, those big media. And then the premium inventory, we need to do some audit, or the inventory has to be audited. For example, audited by the third party. It could be third party or the first party, because there are many different kind of fraud happens. Fake click or fake newspaper, those things. Also, premium inventory take care about brand safety, because if some malicious content will be shown in the big newspaper, it will hamper the prestige or the also the brand. Also, it's brand safety with respect to advertiser, because if let's say you're running a big a prestigious company, and your ad will be shown parallel to some fake or luring content or the fake company, it will hamper your brand. So it's for brand safety. Those advertisers, they choose only the premium content or premium inventory. Also in premium inventory, the bots, which is just fetching the article and faking falsely generating the edit space, they are also blocked. So Cobbler targets only on the premium inventory. There are three ways of buying the edit space in the programmatic buying. First one is a private exchange. As I mentioned earlier, it's a guaranteed buying where deal happens not in the real time, but before that. For example, Coca-Cola wants Coca-Cola may have a collaboration or deal with the Times of India that they will be showing 10,000 ads per day, and they will have a fixed price for that. And the second one is programmatically direct, which is very similar like that, but it's with a little bit dynamic pricing, but there are fixed base pricing. And third one is open exchange, where there's no restriction and it goes to all the bidder who wants to bid on that. And this one is much more efficient and much more scalable. And even though, like, I broadly categorize into three different spaces, but when actuality, when these things are implemented, there could be more categories can be built, but mainly in a very broad manner, it can be defined into these three categories. Now about the data. So so it's more about like here I'll more talk about the user specific data, which is not cobbler, where the cobbler is not working, but it's very, to understand less landscape, I'll explain it anyway. So the data to show the ads, which is related to the maybe some reader, though the data provider is called DMP, or there are many other components, but one of the companies it's called DMP, digital data platform, data management platform, which enables the marketer and publisher brands to plan and implement audience strategies, construct audiences, activate on board first-party data, and personalize the consumer experiences, and report the trends across the audiences, while linking all the data points associated with the user in real or near real-time fashion. So in a simple term, when you open one website, let's say more specifically, I would like to give one example here. If you search for any flight ticket or any cloth store, and after while you'll go to another website and just browse some pages, you will see some ads related to what you have searched earlier. For example, the flight one or the clothing one, they follow you, so they are tracking you. So those data are managed by the DMPs. There are many different type of data in that space. One is called first party, where it's a client generated by the client side and campaign, so it is stored in your browser, for example, or not only the browser but also in mobile app data, or your CRM data, or point of sale data, or email list. These are kind of like first party data, where the data is stored by the on the page where you have, or the web server where you have fetching web, or from the publisher, you can say. Second one is called second party. Obviously, it's generated by the platform delivery and advertisement, and still it's owned by the platform. Then the third one, which is very interesting, is third party data generated by the independent party, usually available for purchase, owned by the provider. There are one famous company called Unicast, and other company like Yahoo. They are pioneering in this space. Now, we are reaching to the last part of the talk, which is here I will explain about how this space is growing. What is the programmatic trend here? uh, Here, these are little old data, but still it's relevant. You can see from 2014 to 2017, it's growing like 70%. And I don't have any concrete number, therefore I didn't include the latest data. But in one of the presentation I hear, it's like now more than 70% of the ads are shown in or delivered in a programmatic way than the static way. So it's growing a multifold fold. In context of India now, India is a little showing little different uh, symptoms. For example, in other part of the world than India, the print newspaper, the number of print newspaper being delivered is reducing. But here, number of print newspaper what is being delivered is increasing. It's because of the literacy. Now, and earlier it used to be like only few people or uh, not everyone were subscribing for the newspaper. But now, more and more, almost like every house, you'll see the newspaper is being delivered, or they are ordering. But soon it will be because of the also mobile availability. People will read news via their uh, online via their mobile mobile phones. So once those things will come up, then in India as well, the programmatic buying space or the inventory will increase, and more share of advertisement will happen through the programmatic buying. These are some just numbers related to the programmatic growth. These I already explained, so I'll not explain this thing. There are some glossaries I will include in this page, which is related to that, related to the terms I used in this talk. I think most of the terms I already covered, so I'll not explain those things. Yeah. Thanks for listening to talk. And if you have any question, I will be very happy to answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Pandey. And participants, if there are questions, please ask or put it in the chat box. I think there is no question, sir.
Okay.
And thank you very much, sir, for your nice lucid presentation and sparing your valuable time with us and sharing your knowledge.
You're
And
welcome.
in future also, we will look forward for your valuable time.
Sure. Thanks for having me. Have a
Thank
nice
you
day.
very much. Thank you very much, sir. Now, our next resource person is Dr. Rakesh Kumar Dhuare. Dr. Dhuare is working as assistant professor in Department of Computer Science, DB Science College, Gondia, Maharashtra. And the topic of his talk is various challenges in big data analysis and deep learning applications. Before the initiation of his lecture, I would like to give a brief introduction of Dr. Dhuare. Dr. Dhuare has a very good academic record and has published more than 30 research papers to his credit. And he has been awarded with several recognized bodies for his research and academic activities. And with this brief introduction, I would like to request Dr. Dhuare for his lecture. Over to you, Dr. Dhuare.
On emerging trends in computer science on eve of the celebration of 75 years of our independence. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the organizers, Dr. Deonis Mean sir, Principal of VBSD Girls PG College, Jashpur, Nagar, Jashpur, Chhattisgarh. Convener of the program, Dr. A.K. Divedi sir. Co-convener, Dr. P.K. Singh sir. And all the research scholars, students, and the delegates who are listening to this deliberation. So I welcome you all. And today we are going to discuss this topic of use of deep learning in addressing various challenges in big data analytics. So to commence with this topic, I would like to introduce you give you the brief introduction about this topic, that the challenges which are faced by in business in big data analytics. So to start with our topic, use of deep learning in addressing various challenges in big data analytics. First, we should know that what is the role of deep learning in business analytics. So before commencing directly to the topic, we will first see in brief that what these two technologies is all about. So to start with, big data analytics and deep learning, these are the two high focus of data science. As you must be knowing that massive amount of domain specific information is needed by the public and private organizations such as national intelligence, cyber security, fraud detection, marketing, and medical informatics, etc. Companies such as Google or Microsoft are analyzing large volumes of data for business analysis and decision impacting existing and future technology. Big data represents the general realm of problems and techniques used for application domains that collect and maintain massive volumes of raw data for domain specific data analysis. Now, in this figure, you must be seeing the various tools that are used for statistical data analysis, which includes the MS Excel, the R, the statistical data analysis system, SAS, the structured query language, MS Access. So these are the tools that are generally used for statistical data analysis. But the issue that has been addressed here, can the problems that are faced by these large data sets can be overcome with the help of these tools? That answer we have to find. So for that purpose, we will go through this big data analytics, and then we will see discuss about the deep learning, use of deep learning in big data analytics. Now think about these questions which are displayed on the screen. If you want to run a query on this 2098000 GB file, and what will happen if we get a new data set like this every day? So if the data is in terabytes or petabytes or exabytes, then can you analyze the data? Is it possible to store and analyze the data? Does anybody really deal with this type of data set? Yes, the answer is yes. The Google deals with more than 20 petabytes of data every day. So this is the example, the data traffic on internet. You can see on the screen that email users send more than 204 million messages. Facebook users share 6,84,000 bits of content in a minute. Instagram users share 3,600 new photos in a minute. Similarly, WordPress, Foursquare users, Instagram, brands, Apple, consumers, etc. So this much of data is generally added every minute on the network. So therefore the concept of big data arises. First we have to understand that what is big data. So what is big data? So big data generally refers to a volume of data that cannot be processed effectively using ordinary database methods. Big data is commonly attributed to the 10 V's, and it has also been referred to as the problem of big data. It can also be defined as large, heterogeneous, and often unstructured data that are difficult to analyze and extract from using ordinary data management tools and techniques. Big data constitutes huge data sets with high volume data, varieties of information, and great diversity, including structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data, which arrives faster than traditional data sets. Big data is characterized by 10 V's. As you are seeing in the screen, the first V is the volume, that represents the size of the data. Second is your velocity, the speed at which the data is generated. The third is the variety, different types of data, structured, unstructured, semi-structured. Veracity, the accuracy of the data. Value, useful data. Validity, data quality. Governance, master data, management on massive. Variability, dynamic evolving behavior in data source. Venue, distributed heterogeneous data from multiple platforms. Vocabulary, data model semantics that describes data structure. And vagueness, confusion over meaning of big data and tools used. So these are the 10 V's of big data. Now, you know what do you mean by big data. Now, how to handle the big data? Is there any option, better option to handle the big data? Because there are various challenges that are faced by the big data related to the unstructured data, structured data, as well as the semi-structured data. So how to handle this different nature of data? So big data actually, it represents the general realm of the problems and techniques used for application domains that collect and maintain massive volumes of raw data for domain specific data analysis. Modern data intensive technologies as well as increased computational and data storage resources have contributed heavily to the development of big data science. Mining and extracting meaningful patterns from massive input data for a decision making, prediction, and other inferencing is at the core of business data, big data analytics. Big data analytics, it poses other unique challenges for machine learning and data analysis, including format variation of raw data, fast moving streaming data, trustworthiness of the data analysis, highly distributed input sources, noisy and poor quality data, high dimensionality, scalability of algorithms, imbalanced input data, unsupervised and uncategorized data, limited supervised labeled data, etc. adequate data storage, data indexing and tagging, and fast information retrieval are other key problems in big data analytics. So to handle various problems, you are using various tools as you are seeing in the screen, including your Hadoop, MongoDB, Xplenty, RapidMiner, Azure, Splice, Spark. So these are the various tools that are used with the big data analytics. Then now coming to our topic, the use of deep learning in your big data analytics. So these are the various applications of big data analytics where it is used: smarter healthcare, homeland security, traffic control, manufacturing, search quality, trading analytics, telecom industry, multi-channel sales. So these are the various application areas of big data analytics. Now coming to our main topic, which is the challenges that is faced by the big data analytics. As you are seeing in this screen, the various complexity of the data in the form of structured and unstructured data, the velocity of the data, the variety of the data, and the volume of the data in various, you can say, business applications, media, social networks, public web, data storages, machine log data, sensor data. So you can see in this diagram this velocity, variety, and volume with reference to these documents and business applications and in social media where this big data is handled. So in this diagram, from this diagram, you can assume or you can conclude that there are various challenges in big data analytics. And to address these challenges, we are introducing this concept of deep learning. Deep learning algorithms are one promising avenue of research into the automated extraction of complex data representations or features at high levels of abstraction. Such algorithms develop a layered hierarchical architecture of learning and representing data where higher level means more abstract features are defined in terms of lower level less abstract features. So deep learning algorithms are quite beneficial when dealing with learning from large amounts of unsupervised data and typically learn data representations in a greedy layer wise fashion. So this is the use of deep learning in various applications in internet and cloud, which is used for image classification, speech recognition, language translation, language processing, sentiment analysis, recommendation. In medicine and biology area, it is used for cancer cell detection, diabetic grading, drug discovery. Then in media and entertainment, it is used for video captioning, video search, real-time translation, face detection, video surveillance, satellite imagery, pedestrian detection, lane tracking, recognized traffic sign. So these are the some examples where deep learning concept is used. Now, these are the applications of deep learning in big data analytics. So how you are correlating the concept of deep learning or how you can make use of deep learning in big data analytics, that we will discuss. So these are the applications of deep learning in big data analytics. Now you can see in the diagram the V's of big data: variety, veracity, value, variability, volume, and velocity, and how this interact with the deep learning, where you have multiple layers of abstraction, training benefit from larger data set, automatic feature extraction, complex pattern extraction, handling heterogeneous data. So these are the features of deep learning. So you can apply this deep learning techniques in big data analytics so that the challenges in big data analytics can be addressed. Now, deep learning algorithms extracts meaningful abstract representation of the raw data through the use of an hierarchical multi-level learning approach. So how you can use deep learning in big data analytics? So some examples or some applications we are discussing here. So deep learning can be applied to learn from labeled data if it is available in sufficient large amount. It is primarily attractive from learning from large amounts of unlabeled and unsupervised data, making it attractive for extracting meaningful representation and patterns from big data. Deep learning models are simple linear models which can work effectively with the knowledge obtained from the more complex and more abstract data representation. We can increase automation of data representation, extraction from unsupervised data using deep learning, and relational as well as semantic knowledge can be obtained at the higher levels of abstraction and representation of the raw data. So, applicability of this deep learning techniques in big data analytics, it is related to these two major areas, which includes the semantic indexing and discriminative tasks and semantic tagging. So you can see on the screen these two areas of semantic indexing. For example, in semantic indexing, you have social networks, security systems, shopping and marketing systems, defense systems, fraud detection, cyber traffic monitoring, and in discriminative task and semantic tagging, Microsoft Research Audio Video Indexing System, Mavis, is using this deep learning. Then Google Images Search Service, face detection. So these are the examples of this discriminative task and semantic tagging. The knowledge learned from deep learning algorithms has been largely untapped in the context of the, big data analytics. The ability of deep learning to extract higher level complex abstractions and data representations from large volume of data, especially unsupervised data, makes it attractive as a valuable tool for business data, so for big data analytics. So therefore, this topic has been chosen with an objective to explore the application of deep learning algorithms for the key problems in big data analytics and motivating further target research by experts in these two fields. Number one is the use of deep learning in assisting the specific problems in big data analytics, and second one is the specific areas of deep learning which can be improved to reflect certain challenges associated with the big data analytics. Now, the deep learning challenges in big data analytics, as we have seen till now, that what are the challenges posed by big data analytics, and then we have seen that how we can use the deep learning algorithm to address the challenges in big data analytics. But while using this deep learning algorithms in various areas of big data analytics, the deep learning also has many challenges in big data analytics. There are three main points: learning with fast moving and streaming data, second is in high dimensionality of data, and third is scalability of the model. Now, one of the challenging aspects in big data analytics is dealing with streaming and fast moving input data. Such data analysis is useful in monitoring tasks such as fraud detection. It is important to adapt deep learning to handle streaming data, as there is a need for algorithms that can deal with large amounts of continuous input data. Second is your high dimensionality of data. Some deep learning algorithms can become prohibitively computationally expensive when dealing with high dimensional data, such as images, likely due to the often slow learning process associated with the deep layered hierarchy of learning data abstractions and representations from a lower level layer to a higher level layer. So these deep learning algorithms can be stymied when working with big data that exhibits large volume, one of the four V's associated with the big data analytics. A high dimensional data source contributes heavily to the volume of the raw data in addition to complicating learning from the data. Next is your large scale models, scalability of the model. Now, in scalability of the model, the large scale deep learning models are quite suited to handle massive volumes of input associated with big data. And as demonstrated, they are also better at learning complex data patterns from larger volumes of data. Determining the optimal number of model parameters in such large-scale models and improving their computational practicality pose challenges in deep learning for big data analytics. In addition to the problem of handling massive volumes of data, large-scale deep learning models for big data analytics also have to contend with other big data problems such as domain adaptation and streaming data. This leads to the need for further innovations in large-scale models for deep learning algorithms and architectures. So, concluding this deliberation, the use of deep learning in the challenges posed by big data analytics, there are certain advantages. Deep learning has an advantage of potentially providing a solution to address the data analysis and learning problems found in massive volumes of input data. An important problem is whether to utilize the entire big data input corpus available when analyzing data with deep learning algorithms. So the general focus is to apply deep learning algorithms to train the high-level data representation patterns based on the portion of the available input corpus and then utilize the remaining input corpus with the learned patterns for extracting the data abstractions and representation. So second conclusion is it aids to automatically extracting complex data. Third, it is the valuable tool for big data analytics, which can analyze large collection of raw data. And fourth is the degree of simplification for big data analytics task. Now to the future work, more work is necessary on how we can adapt deep learning algorithms for problems associated with the big data. So for that purpose, you can include high dimensionality, streaming data analysis, scalability of deep learning models, improved formulation of data abstraction, data tagging, information retrieval, criteria for extracting good data representation, domain adaptation, and so on. So this future work should focus on these issues and one or more of these problems often seen in big data. So this may contribute to the deep learning and big data analytics research corpus. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very much, sir, for delivering such a nice lecture and sharing your valuable time and knowledge with us. And if there are questions from the participants, I request the participant kindly put your questions in the chat box. Thank you very much, sir. I think there is no question from the participants.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
And in future too, we will look forward for your cooperation and sharing your knowledge and time with us, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Our next resource person, Mr. Vikas Kumar, has joined us. A very warm welcome to all of you. And the topic of his talk is integration world. Mr. Vikas is working as integration architect in the IT industry and has work experience in various middleware technologies like Oracle Integration Cloud, Oracle SOA Suites, IBM Integration, Bus 10G, and API management tools. He has been awarded with thanks a jillion award for his contribution towards JCAPS to Oracle SOA migration tool development, and also with innovation award for out of box design by helping the client save $1 million against product license and build phase. With this brief introduction, I, on behalf of organizing committee of this 2 days international e-conference, would like to invite Mr. Vikas Kumar for his lecture. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Prashantji. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Let me just share my screen. All right. I hope everyone is able to see my screen.
No, sir, it's not visible.
Let me try again. Just a second. Is it available now? Are you able to see?
Yes, now it is visible.
All right, great. Then, yeah, let me just quickly start with what I actually do. Thanks, Prashantji, for adding several content that I had actually explored already. And on top of it, I wanted to highlight what we actually give to this world. And yes, definitely, I have been working since 2007, starting part of my career in various multinational organizations. Around 4 to 5 organizations I have worked, and I have explored various challenges in the integration world. And typically, I also wanted to bring in what actually we give to the world, and what world is benefited when we start to kind of contribute and give the solutioning to them. Now, coming to the integration that I wanted to bring in, I have worked on not only one particular domain, but I have worked on several domains, starting with the banking domain, then manufacturing, energy and utilities, finance domain, then healthcare sector also I have worked on. So we are not specific to any domains, rather we are specific to the integration methodologies that are supported as a standard to every uh, mm, uh, challenges that we face in the actual product. When we say product, it's like any domain specific product. Like for example, when we are having banking domain, they use core banking solution as a product, be it a Finacle or a FlexCube. They are pretty much used in different softwares. Like for example, when we talk about the Canara Bank, it uses it uses FlexCube. So similarly, this particular product is standard across the globe, and I have also been in Europe for good amount of time, and I have been contributing there for one of the five largest banks in Europe, and they have been benefited with the solutions that we provide to them. So not only that, we have been also serving a lot of other clients, and in my experiences, I have benefited a lot of big clients there. Now, let me not get into all this, before which I wanted to bring in the concrete updates on what we actually do and what challenges are there in the world that makes us come into their picture. So the agenda of the discussion is the problems that we are solving. We wanted to understand that. And before we get into that, we also wanted to highlight what is the integration and what is the point-to-point integration and the challenges that comes out of it. Then we have the service oriented architecture, then the capabilities that we provide out of it, and the overall summary. To start with it, let me start with the problems that we are trying to solve. So before which we wanted to bring in what integration is first. So pretty much it involves connecting disparate applications. Like for example, we have one source like a database and one target, which could be a mobile device. So anything that comes up into the mobile screen actually gets fetched from, in this case, a database. So the information or the data that comes in or flows is something that needs to be integrated first to get that response to the mobile device in this case. Now, this also pretty much covers the messages that moves into these two systems. And also, it also helps us to kind of do some uh, quick integration or quick data rendering. The reliability should also come into picture, the security. So this is the brief information about integration, not much into the detail, but yeah, this just helps us understand whenever two system talks to each other, that pretty much is called as integration. Now, what is point to point integration? Imagine we have application A or application B in this case, and then application A. Similarly, we have two more applications, C and D. When they want to talk to each other to get some information shared between themselves, they can start to integrate, and then they can share the information, whatever they need or whatever they want to provide. In this case, application B is sending the information to application C. Similarly, in case application C wants to send the application application B some information and in turn wants to receive some information back, it will talk to talk to them via the integration. So this is all about how they want to talk, and I have just drawn this diagram and wired them just to highlight briefly that this is going to be via the integration itself. But when we talk about the point to point integration, they are actually talking one on one. There is nothing segregated. Whatever they want, they are directly talking to each other. Now, it is okay when we have few applications talking to each other, because in that case, we do not have a lot of issues coming up. But what if in the actual world, we get a lot of applications talking to each other? So the problem that comes in here will bring a lot of situations to the entire world. For example, we are seeing SAP application over here. SAP is actually providing a lot of information to different partners, then to different cloud applications, also to different users in this account or Facebook account or Twitter account. So not only that, SAP provides a lot of other information to different applications as well, or application hosts as well. So when they talk to each other, the problem may come when one of the application server in SAP goes down for a while. This will not only hamper SAP, but also hampers the other dependent applications that are wired through them. So since it is a point-to-point integration, all the dependent applications may not be serving the clients for the time being. So imagine the disaster that it creates when we have the point-to-point integration. So I have already briefed the highlights that I am pointing over here, which means the infrastructure becomes brittle. It will be more prone to failure. Definitely, maintainability is another issue that may come up. For example, if SAP has changes in their functionality, now they say, I was earlier talking to anyone or exposing my application as a SOAP web service. Now I wanted to expose it as a REST web service because they have been standardized, they've been upgraded. Then what will happen is all of the dependent applications will start to change, and they will have similar replications inside that, and also they will have to suffer. So imagine the small change over here will have some development efforts in all the dependent applications that are being called or that are calling SAP. So that definitely brings in maintainability issues. So definitely it is asking us for a better architecture. Now, Coming to what I wanted to bring as a solution when we talk about the better architecture, we come in here. So when we talk about SOA, it is nothing but service oriented architecture, an architecture which is mostly going to serve all the applications, and it is widely spread across different technologies. So it also helps us to bring in interoperability, which means any application serving in one technology and they do not know how to talk to other technology based applications, we come in here and we can easily resolve their issues. Also, it relies on the concept that these are loosely coupled, reusable, and based on open standards. So we are not only serving them by giving the standard architecture, we ensure that they are loosely coupled. Any integration or any system that are talking to other, if that is replaced by something, they'll not have to bother about it, or any dependent applications will not be bothered. They'll just come in and they'll be getting the integration responses in future as is, even if if the source application changes their structure, changes their technology, they'll still be working good without any hindrances. So maintainability also will be kind of sorted out. So we were talking about this integration earlier, having a lot of applications talking to each other by point to point. And if we see the diagram, this is what we do. We kind of sort out their existing applications requirement, and they will be reduced. We do some new projects which will be pretty much segregated. We will have the application layer, we will have several other tiers that will be coming into picture. We will have some canonical models which will be different systems, or the functionalities that will be served over here, and the source applications will just talk to these functionalities, and internally they'll not know what is happening at the back end. They will just talk through the functionality and they'll get the response. In future, anything changes over here will not be transformed or transferred until here. They will still be talking to them as if it is talking to the previous backend systems. Now, moving on to the further details that I wanted to put for service oriented architecture. Imagine we are here, the red colored one that we're talking about, and we have some on-premise applications, we have some cloud applications, we have some mobile devices, or we have some events. For example, we have some sensors installed when we are driving, where when we are using some GPS. All this information will have to be fetched from some on-premise applications, will be actually integrated not by point to point but via single bus. So yeah, I'll just read through it. Oracle SUA Suite is an unified package of best of breed components designed to work together to provide rapid and rich SOA solutions, and built from the ground up on the latest standards. Yes, we talk about the latest standards because nowadays any systems that talk to each other, mostly they will use API based integration, which will be JSON based structure, or the REST based technology, or the protocol that they use. Indeed, it also provides a lot of security aspects to it, whether we talk about the client ID based authentication, or a user ID pass based authentication, or a transport level authentication, wherein we have SSL coming into picture. We have encryptions. Everything is taken care inside our SOA layer. And what it does is it also takes care of technical infrastructure, as I have already mentioned, allowing you to focus on developing your architecture and not low level technical implementation details. Now, the product that I'm talking about brings in several aspects to it, apart from the basic ones that, or the overview that I have provided. Connectivity, as I have already highlighted, it helps us connect to the cloud applications. It helps us connect to the on-premise applications. I'm sorry, I did not mention, when we talk about cloud applications nowadays, any application that goes in are actually talking in cloud, and they do not have any infrastructure or the server setups directly into their in-house layer. When we talk about in-house layer, they will not have any physical server installed in any physical location. Rather, they will be available somewhere by companies called Azure, Microsoft based Azure, or AWS. They will host their own infrastructure in the cloud, and they will serve the part of it to the vendors who needs the server installed or application server installed in their layer. That's what we typically call as a cloud application. Now, on-premise is the existing old methodology. Earlier, still we are doing that. A lot of banking applications use cloud, on-premise, wherein they have their physical room, wherein the physical servers are installed, and they have racks and everything configured there. Now, business to business is another part of it, wherein we talk about the trading partners and trading hosts. Let me not get into that. It will be another detailed session otherwise. uh, yeah, apart from the connectivity that we leverage on cloud on premise, we also do service virtualization and mediation. Let me just take a while and explain what is service virtualization. When any of the source applications, say for example I have a mobile device, I want to get some information from backend. Say for example I have a mobile application or a banking application that logs in and shows my account details. I can log in, give my user ID and password. I will be getting my details as if I am talking to a bank application, but that doesn't happen actually. That comes up only via the virtualized proxy service or an API service. So we are talking to some other service or application, but that is not allowing us to talk to the backend or the banking application directly, because that is more prone to getting the banking application hacked as well. So we come as a service virtualization, we provide that, we do the orchestration. Now, what orchestration would mean is whenever they need some information, say for example, I have a customer ID and I want to provide the customer ID and I want to see the account balance. Now, when we talk about getting the account balance, which is the customer ID, one customer has to have some account. And I don't know if I have multiple accounts too. So there has to be some derivation. So instead of me talking to the backend application as if I'm sending the customer ID, getting the response of all the accounts, and then sending the account number that I want to verify, and then getting the balance of it. It goes to and fro with the backend application. What it does is it will not even let you do that. If you want, you can easily facilitate list of all the accounts and their balances against it. Nowadays, you are seeing the same. If I have one current account, one savings account, and I just provide my customer ID login, it will show you my current account, their balance, then savings account, their balance against it. So it actually at the back end talks to multiple applications and then gets the response. That is what typically is called as orchestration. Not only that, there are some multiple fundamentals or definitions to it. I'll get to that little more maybe later on. And further, we also provide with the analytics. Analytics typically would mean that whenever we have something in the failure or some statistics we wanted to capture, we will have a dedicated dashboard that gives a very nice view of the dashboard that typically makes us understand what is the statistics, how many have failed, how many have passed, how many have rendered the data in the last few hours. The statistics is pretty much covered over here. Now, what comes from the product? Typically, as I have explained on the functional part of it, technically what it does is it provides the adapters or dedicated adapters. We do not have to readily configure. We do not have to configure it by writing the code. It is coming readily with the service development kit that pretty much is enabled as is to talk to the cloud. Say for example, I have to talk to a Google calendar to send to schedule a calendar reminder for me during a given time. I will not have to write a code to actually configure that. I will have a readily available adapter that will be configurable. All I have to do is provide the credentials that will be used to connect to Google Calendar. So this is pretty much provided over here. Heterogeneous to cloud and third-party clouds, which means it is not only to the Google Meet or Google Client Calendar. There are a lot of other applications that are supported in the cloud, and they are heterogeneous in nature, be it SAP, be it uh, Eloqua, or any other applications that we talk about. They are readily available in this product. Now, we are also talking about the managed file transfers and B2B. Let me just explain what is managed file transfer. Many other applications do not want to go real time. They want to say that, okay, I have gathered all the information. For example, um, when we do NAFT, what happens is it runs in a batch, which means at a given time, say for example, 4 o'clock or during the morning time, 9 o'clock, your balance will be credited or debited. Debit happens automatically as soon as the NEFT transfers, or what happens is when the beneficiary gets the credit amount, it will be happening only at the given time. So it doesn't happen real time, for which many systems prefer, due to the sometimes the lack of technologies. They prefer going with file based approach, wherein they say, list me all the account numbers, list me all the balances that want to be debited, and send me as a file at 4 o'clock in the evening. So what happens is we have a product dedicated for that as well, that pretty much sends the file via the managed file transfer protocol. Now, about this mobile integration, we also are enabled with the REST over JSON, as I have mentioned, that is ongoing in market right now. Automated REST SOAP conversion, we have the dedicated adapters that are configured automatically, that are configured to automatically convert REST and SOAP without we doing good amount of coding. It's just configurable. So then also it is extended for the application for mobile as well. Now, coming to the productivity, it has unified design tools. I can show you one screenshot of how it looks like. Then jumpstart templates, we have the templates that can uh, uh, directly be used or reused for the other projects that we want to create. We don't have to create from scratch. We can just use the template and lightweight full footprint. Now, Now, what we are talking about, the product that not only provides the technical aspect of it, the functional aspects of it, the configuration aspects of it, but whenever we go with any development, typically in IT companies, we go through all these phases, namely development, integration, wherein we do the integration, and unit testing as well. We have the orchestration when we want to talk to different systems at the back end and just give one response to the source. We also wanted to have the security and manage is something that where we want to kind of deploy the code and put it into the server and do the monitoring. So everything comes as a single package when we talk about the suite that we have been working on. So the whole life cycle of the SOA or the project comes in handy with this product. As I mentioned, this is the a quick glance of what we work on. This is the toolkit that provides the GUI or the look and feel of the integration part of it. Imagine we have a mobile device on the left hand side that just sends some data in a REST format. We have the adapter configured, and we have the components that pretty much does routing as well as orchestration. Then it talks to some other components, and then we talk to different target systems. So this is how it looks like in the design view. We don't write code anything, we don't write single code over here to kind of develop any such look and feel. It is there by the toolkit, readily available. All we do is some drag drop based on the list of components that are available, and they are pretty rich. It's not that we are limited to anything. However, if we think that still this product has some limited aspects of it which is not provided by the components that are readily available out of the box, still it provides with a lot of custom functions or custom coding in Java or in other technologies that is also provided in this. So there's nothing more we expect in this world that is not doable from this particular toolkit. Now we were talking about the adapters or the connectors, right? When we mentioned that it has some readily available connectors to connect to Google. Uh, so I have just tried to list some of them over here. Indeed, there are many more that are available, and still more are coming. So as you can see, we have the readily available connectors that are talking to different cloud applications over here, which is ServiceNow in this case, for example. Then we can connect to LinkedIn directly. We can configure the Google Calendar. We can use a connector of Evernote to connect to it. We can use Facebook, etc. So all these connectors are readily available. All we do is when we open the connector, we will be just given the options to provide very less number of information. For example, when we talk to ServiceNow application, for example, it is a ticketing tool wherein any incidents that are raised will be logged in over here. We just provide what is the ServiceNow URL or the endpoint where this application is running. And since any application we want to reach out to, we provide username and password so that it gets authenticated to use the applications that are exposed for our use. So all these three information, namely the URL, the username and password, if we provide these three, it will directly connect to ServiceNow. Imagine how fast it is and how easy it is to develop without any much of the effort. It just takes few seconds to configure the connector and we are ready to connect to ServiceNow application. Now, when we were talking about the dashboard earlier, that is pretty much for seeing the reports. This is how our dashboard looks like. So, for example, when we are talking about the number of origination of the loan that had been taken up, it has identified the locations and it has identified some colors as well. That pretty much gives a footprint of how many are available over here, how many has been taking over here, and that also gives some numbers. Alerts for duplicates, for example, has been given over here. It gives the loan amount, it gives when it was applied, and it gives the applicant details as well. So these are pretty much kind of an event that we send across so that the dashboard comes handy, and it will be beautifully uh, uh, it will be beautifully giving all the pictures of what we need and what business would be interested in. And not only that, it also gives you the failover related responses that I have not captured over here. But yes, if you see, it will be pretty rich in terms of giving the pie chart, in terms of giving the bar chart, in terms of giving the what to say the satellite view or the geo view of it. And it will be also giving you some statistics which will be in data or the number. Now, I have just summarized over here with the list of capabilities that it provides. I'll not go much into the detail. I'll just cover part of it, maybe just in the interest of our times. The capabilities that it pretty much provides is the services that I have already covered in terms of virtualization, the orchestration part I have covered, and many more are there. Security standards, it is pretty much encrypted. It is pretty much with authentication, and it's not only encrypted with the basic encryption. It has a good amount of it's very difficult to decrypt or get the services hacked, because I don't think anyone go with the 256-bit encryption methodology and do easy decryption without having the key. So and that too, they're using a world level product, which is WebLogic server. So I have never heard of any such news that WebLogic server has been hacked. So yeah, that's about the security. Then management and monitoring, wherein I have just showed the dashboard in the previous slide. And yeah, standard wise, definitely earlier we were using SOAP, REST, UDDI. Those things were there. Now it is API based integratable as well. The development is supporting a lot of technologies and languages, be it Java, be it a BEPL, be it HTML, XML based integration. This is also supported here. Now coming to the deployment, whenever we do the code deployment, it becomes pretty easy when we have the Maven based integration. It pretty much supports the continuous integration. When we talk, I am sure everyone would have been aware of CI/CD through the Jenkins. So everything is pretty much possible via the configurable Maven that is readily supported in this product as well. Now, deployment, which we follow some scalable architecture. It's a common component or a dashboard that pretty much provides or accommodates all the components that can be accommodated into a single view. Now coming to the integration, as I have mentioned, it has different connectors to provide, different based protocols to provide. Even if something is not supported, we can still connect via the custom connectors, and we can create some adapters out of it. That is also provided here. Now, event oriented. This is something with respect to the real-time view, which we use mostly nowadays to kind of track any applications that is mostly working on the EDLs or event-based integration. Now, to summarize, yep, the product that we are working is Oracle SOA Suite. Since I'm in Oracle, and all I was demonstrating was towards the Oracle SOA Suite. It has actually grown up. When I was working in 2007, when I was working in Sun Microsystems based Java caps. It was good, but it had a lot of codings. I remember writing around 8,000 to 9,000 lines of code, and I was literally spending around 2 months of time writing that much of code. When this Oracle SWA suite came into picture, initially with the 10G version, we were good because we had some limited scope of integration during then, but we were good because we could complete the same development in, say, 15 to 30 days. Later on, it started to boom, it started to grab market, it started to optimize itself, and we had 11G, and now we have 12C. Development is pretty handy, it is pretty easy, a lot of things are facilitated as if we don't have to write custom coding. Things are upgraded, all functions that we were working on earlier has been optimized now and has been better in terms of performance. It has been better in terms of rewriting the code or in reusability perspective. So overall, the time that we were using to develop 2 months now has been to save to up to 1 week to 15 days. Just imagine how fast we are now in terms of using the toolkit. So yeah, it is industry leading. It is complete integrated best of breed SOA toolset. And definitely it allows architects and developers to start moving at the speed of business need. Nowadays, I'm hearing a lot of requirements that they have pretty much agile methodology. Earlier, we were following waterfall models. Now we are following agile methodology. And in this agile, everyone has followed some 15 days of sprint timing, and we are pretty much into it. We cover the development work during that much of time as well. So yeah, combination of industry standards, modern integration paradigm, and superior tooling methodologies are there, and it pretty much delivers SOA on premise of agility, reduced cost. Indeed, it has reduced cost. Just imagine a developer working for 2 months and develops something in the waterfall model and then gets the billing or the charge. Imagine the price is cut down to one fourth of it and use the tool. Indeed, there are licensing costs of using the tool, but definitely it helps a lot when we have few developers working for 2 months versus reduced number of developers working for 1 week to 15 days. Not only that, it also helps in a lot of runtime aspects of it, not just the development part of it, but also the deployment, maintainability. Everything is nowadays automated. Earlier, literally one admin had to sit and do a lot of activities. We have still got the admin, but hardly he has got activities. He has free time to manage other aspects as well. Yep. So backed by Oracle, since it is a big vendor, Oracle, and it is world's largest, one of the largest leader company and the enterprise software. And definitely, in case any issues that come out of the product, we get 24/7 support, and we have to be rest assured that the product will be supported by the world leader Oracle. So yeah, that's all about me and the kind of work that we do and the product as well. Thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, sir, for your nice, lucid presentation and sparing your valuable time and sharing your knowledge with us. And if questions are there from participants, kindly put in the chat box.
Yeah, feel free to ask if there is any question. Sorry if I was going too fast.
No, no. Thank you very much, sir. And in future too, we are looking forward for your cooperation in whenever we need your lecture.
Sure, Prashantji. Thanks a lot, and yeah, have a wonderful day to all.
Thank you
Goodbye.
very much, sir. Thank you. Our next resource person is Dr. Atul Tripathi. Dr. Tripathi is currently working as assistant professor at Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Bihar. Dr. Tripathi did his PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and he is the founding member of the Computer Science Department and IT at Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Bihar in 2016. he has published several articles to his credit, and he has supervised many MTech and BTech students during their dissertation and project work, and also he is supervising PhD students. So this is really a matter of pleasure and pride for the organizing committee that Dr. Tripathi gave his consent for his lecture and for sparing his valuable time with us. And the topic of Dr. Tripathi's talk is ecosystem of fog computing. So I would like to invite Dr. Tripathi for his lecture. Over to you, Dr. Tripathi.
Hello everyone, myself Dr. Atul Tripathi, and I did my MTech and PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and currently I am an assistant professor at Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Bihar, and I have more than 5 years of teaching experience. The topic of today's session will be ecosystem of fog computing, right? This is one of my area of interest. So before we proceed further to this topic, um, I hope that everyone is familiar with cloud computing, because every one of us are using this technology from last 10 years very frequently, even without knowing it, right? So cloud, we are using Facebook, WhatsApp, Messenger, email server like Gmail or Yahoo, right? And we are using it from last 10 years. So this is basically cloud computing. It is an example of cloud computing, and cloud computing is basically delivering of hosted services to the cloud customer through the internet technology, right? So fog computing is just extension of cloud computing, that is delivering the data, compute, storage and application service to end user. But how it is different from cloud computing? It is bringing the computing and services to the edge of the network. It is important in contrast to cloud computing. As in cloud computing, all kinds of computational or services are hosted at the cloud data center. But here, these all work have been done at the edge of the network. Fog computing is also known as edge computing within the industry, right? And the distinguishing feature of fog computing are its proximity to the end user. That means it is very close to the customers or end user. Its dense and geographical distribution. That means the computational nodes, which are in case of fog computing, are called as fog nodes, are geographically distributed very densely, right? And its support for mobility. And all these services are hosted at the network edge, and sometimes even the devices such as set-top box and access points, right? This densely distribution so much important that in nowadays we are calling it as a fourth axis, which is just an extension of the existing three dimension of big data. We all know that there are three axes of big data, that is volume, variety and velocity. Volume means large amount of data is being generated. Variety means the data variation or types of data is very large. Velocity means the rate of the data being generated is very large. So fourth axis or fourth dimension is distribution of fog nodes. So outline of my lecture will be as follows. Firstly, we will discuss the first wave of cloud computing, right? What were the initial component of cloud computing and what is the challenges in the existing cloud computing environment? Then how cloud is migrated, right? How cloud technology is migrated into IoT and IoE. IoT, we all know that it is Internet of Things. IoE means Internet of Everything. We will see about this term later and how this IoT and IoE is being migrated into fog computing. Then we will have a general awareness about IoT, IoE and fog computing. Then we will also see that fog computing can be also thought as an extension of cloud. Then we will compare the various features of fog and cloud, and we will also look about the future possibility in the existing architecture, right? So in nowadays, the major trends that are running behind the industry, or you can say that industries are exploring and continuously working on that, are flash technology, cloud, software-defined data centers, data analytics, mobility, and big data. Flash basically deals with the animation. It includes animation technology, tools, developing environment, and all the things that are related with animation. Cloud means delivery of hosted services, whether that services belongs to software or infrastructure that is delivered to the customer or end customer via the internet. In software defined data center, just 1 minute. In software defined data centers, the IT services are virtualized and given to the end customer. In data analytics, as we know that data is very crucial in these days. So in data analytics, various algorithms that are based on machine intelligence have been applied and various data mining algorithms are applied in order to analyze the data, right? So that it can be utilized to generate or in further domain. Mobility is also one of the important concept because now industries are tending their technology that supports the mobility. Mobility is, you can think that performing the computation even if you are mobile, means you are moving from one place to other, but still you want to perform your computation. Then in big data, large or voluminous amount of data has been generated and that data is being stored, managed and analyzed. So these are the main six trends. These are the main six trends on which currently industries are working on. Before moving further, we will just compare the data of the year of 2010 and 2015, right? Since YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Google, Skype and VMware, all these kind of technologies are connected to the internet, and behind these technologies there is backbone that is called as data center, right? Therefore, we have to analyze how much load currently a particular data center is having. So in 2000, if we talk about the number of connected device to the internet, in 2000, from 2000 to 2015, it became almost thrice. And number of virtual machines, since all kinds of infrastructure as a service is being provided to the cloud customer with the help of virtual machine technology. So number of VMs running over the internet from 2000 to 2015 has been increased almost twice. And then the data that has been generated in 2010 is being 6 times in 2015. 15, and number of users becomes exactly twice, right? So when number of devices, data and VMs and users are increasing day by day, therefore it is very managing all these information at the data center level is very quite cumbersome task. So whether we are using laptop, desktop or any tablet or mobile, all these have some application or some infrastructure in the form of cloud service, right? When initially cloud was developed or the first wave of cloud came into the picture, then it has very limited use. Only telephone or printer, laptop, desktop, mobile, traffic management system have only been connected by the cloud technology. But in today's scenario, the things have become quite different. Before seeing the today's scenario, I would like to uh, point out some important characteristic of the cloud. So the common characteristics of cloud computing are massive scale, homogeneity, virtualization, low cost software, resilient computing, geographic distribution, service orientation, and advanced security. Many of these terms you already know, like in massive scale means cloud has the capacity to scale up to any extent. Sometimes we say that it can extend itself up to infinite level, right? If we are taking the services from a particular cloud vendor, then definitely there will be homogeneous environment. Means all the services that is being provided by a single cloud service provider will be homogeneous, right? And all these services will be provided through virtualization. Means actually in actual you don't have these things in your own system, but you have the facility to use that. Since you are not maintaining those systems or services, therefore obviously you have to deploy very low cost. Resilient means having multiple copies, means whatever computation or whatever storage you have, that is not just that is not located in a single place. Various copies of same computation or same storage is present to more than one location or more than one geographically distributed locations, right? And it also provide the focused approach to the cloud service provider specifically on that service, right? And also security is being provided by the cloud service provider only, right? So as a cloud user, you have to not think about the security. There are special characteristics also, like on-demand self-service, means cloud services will be provided to the end user only on demand basis. And whatever amount of resources will be required, that is being delivered by the service provider, and cloud customer have to pay for only that amount, right? Since it is geographically distributed, therefore broad network access is being involved. Here, all cloud customer have the access from the multiple locations. They just are internet connection, right? And resources are pooled together in the form of uh, resource pooling, and they are virtualized and delivered to the cloud customer, right? Rapid elasticity means this massive scale up or massive scale down facility is available with minimal delay, right? And services provided by the cloud service provider is also quantized or measured so that quality of the service can be assured. Now, what is type of the cloud? Basically, there are three kinds of cloud: public cloud, private cloud, and hybridization of these two. Public cloud means all kinds of services are available via the internet, and a user can access those cloud services from anywhere via the internet technology, right? But private cloud is different. For accessing the private cloud, you still require network connection, but it is not limited to internet, right? This private cloud is being deployed for particular organization, and all the customer of the organization can use those resources or use those services within the organization, right? Both the methods have their own advantages and disadvantages. Therefore, people thought about combining. So these public and private cloud is being nowadays combined to form hybrid cloud. So hybrid cloud is mixture of public and private cloud. So how IT services were delivered to the customer in traditional mode and now in cloud-based technology mode, right? Initially, for delivering any kind of service, infrastructure was needed, right? So we have to purchase some servers, machines, and build up a data center. And then their orchestration is involved to manage those resources. And finally, services are being created and then it is delivered to the customer for consumption. This is the traditional delivery model. For each these four tasks, a corresponding layer is being developed. Like for infrastructure, there is layer infrastructure and hardware. Orchestration, there is some middleware. It is also a kind of software tool. Then for creating the service would require development tools, and finally then application being developed. So this all things are happening in a single company or in a single organization. But when cloud-based technology came into the picture, these four can be developed, can be delivered as a service. Like I mean infrastructure requirement, then I can rent it from infrastructure as a service provider. I want to develop some platform, then I can use platform as a service, right? Platform as a service, you can think example of Google web page, where you actually don't have the compiler that is running your web page, but still you are able to generate your own Google web page. So why? Because that Google web page is being provided by Google company as a platform service, right? Then development as a service, it is a kind of platform as a service where development of a specific software or compilers are being delivered to the user. Next is software as a service, where a particular software is provided to the customer via the internet. Therefore, that customer do not need to install that software. He is just using that. Example, Google Doc. You do not require any kind of software to see the Google document. You just need a browser and internet connection, right? So this is an example of software as a service. So all these four things can be be developed with the help of cloud-based delivery model. So now in these days, cloud is getting extended and more things are getting connected to the internet, and they are also communicating with each other. Therefore, this term IoT, Internet of Things, came into the picture. So in Internet of Things, whether it is traffic management system, CCTV, mobile, telephone, or laptop, desktop, you just name it. If they are connected with the internet and they are communicating with each other to extract the useful information, or they are providing some useful information, then it is Internet of Things. If we see the scenario of 2003 and 2010, 2015 and 2020, then at that time in 2003, the world population was 6.3 billion. The number of connected devices were 500 million. So we can say that at that time 0.08 connected devices were present per person. Connected devices per person were was 0.08, means you can say that एक आदमी के पास एक से कम डिवाइस है जो कि इंटरनेट से कनेक्टेड है. But in 2010 this scenario was changed, and at that time population was 68 billion and number of connected devices were 12.5 billion. At that time connected device per person became 1.84. This data or this connected device per person was increasing day by day, right? And in 2020 it became 6.5. Every person is having 6 or 7 device that is connected with the internet. Means people are developing the technology that supports more and more device getting connected to the internet, right? So when more things are getting connected with the internet, then there is new term, it is called as Internet of Everything. E stands for everything. Here not only just thing means physical devices and objects connected to the internet and each other for intelligent decision making, often called as IoT. So not only things are connected with the internet, but it also include data. Data means leveraging data into more useful information for decision making, and people, connecting people in more relevant and valuable ways, and process, delivering the right information to the right person at right time. So collection of these four is called as Internet of Everything. Okay. So what were the challenges of cloud computing, right? First is data volume is very high. There is too much data being generated. Second is, if data is too much and you are ensuring the resilience computing, then having multiple copies is very impractical. And since cloud technology is based on the internet, and internet is all very hugely depends upon the speed of the connection, therefore latency is also high latency is also one of the key challenge. And of course transport cost. So from 2014 to 2019 we are digitalizing everything that is present on the digital format, right? So we are putting this into the internet, and this result into 3 times total data center traffic, and 31% of this entire traffic is inter DC traffic growth, and 37% most data be processed at the edge. This is analysis that out of whole data, we can process this 37% of the data at the source end only. Therefore, we require to shift the traditional computational model to fog computing or edge computing. So what is basically fog computing? It is a paradigm that extends a cloud computing and services to the edge of the network. Means all the computations are not performed at the cloud data center, they are being performed at the edge of the network. So it is very similar to cloud, that it also provides the data, compute, storage and application services to the end user, but these services or cutting is being performed at the edge of network. Now what are the edge of the network? Any machine that is capable of performing the computer. Mostly devices that are connected to the internet, they have, even though very small capacity, but they have, right? Like CCTV camera, mobile, the toll test system, then telephone, printer, you just name it. All these devices have even a small amount of data. So we can shift those computations from cloud data center to the network edge. What are the important characteristics of computing? It is a paradigm that extends cloud computing to the edge of network. It has very low latency, and since fog means fog nodes all the computational use will be called here fog nodes. So these fog nodes are very close to the source of data. So obviously we will be aware about their location too. Fog computing send the right data to the cloud for big data analytics. Means whatever data is being generated by the sensor or fog nodes, that will not be exactly transferred to the cloud data center. There will be some filtering or some processing will be performed, and only useful data will be sent to the cloud data center, right? Fog is also very widespread geographical distribution. It has a strong presence of streaming and real-time application. It handles unprecedented volume, variety, and velocity of data. Fog is heterogeneity of connected objects. Fog applications to communicate directly with mobile devices, and it is predominant role. It plays predominant role of wireless access. This is very simplified view of fog architecture, where data is being generated at fog node and subsequently it is transferred to the cloud data center. So fog computing is a system level architecture to extend compute network and storage, right? If we compare this fog computing with client server model, then in traditional client server model, the data for accessing any kind of service, client sends a request to the server, and this server has the application or software to perform those tasks, and the result is transferred to the client in the form of response. In contrast, in fog computing, all the fog nodes are performing the computation, right? And only useful information is being sent to the cloud data center. This is hierarchy of fog computing, and these are the important components of the fog computing where fog nodes are shown. Now, if we think about architectural view of fog computing, then at the lower layer there will be hardware component, and these hardware components will be delivered to the virtual machines with the help of virtualization. And obviously for performing this virtualization, there will be application programming interface whose job is to monitor, manage, schedule, and load balancing, right? So slowly, we are pushing the intelligence up to the cloud, and sometimes we are pushing the intelligence from cloud to fog nodes, right? So in this scenario, how fog can help? As in fog, fewer network hosts are present. Data locality, it provides data locality and local caches. It has intelligence localized algorithm, and it also perform local processing or less number of cores. It has fast failovers, right? It can also aggregate the user data, so it can support the possibility of pushing the intelligence upward to the cloud. Now, if we push the intelligence down toward the endpoint, then what are the key challenges? At the endpoint physical constraints, there is energy power requirement, space requirement, and environment will also affect our decision, like temperature. If we are having very high temperature, then definitely we have to deploy more number of cooling devices. We have to also take care about humidity and vibrations, etc. There are some endpoint challenges also, such as processor throughput, switch capability, reliability, and modularity, right? So how fog can help to handle these challenges? Fog has very fog node can access more energy because there are n number of fog nodes. Definitely we have to provide some power to them. Fog nodes can be physically larger. It has better cooling system in many fog nodes, right? And the volume of the data that can be stored is in terms of terabytes, and it has the capability to handle more redundancy and modularity. This is just an analysis of data that has been generated in US. So, and this analysis says that in smart meters in US there are smart meters. So 46 million smart meters alone generate 1.1 billion data points. That is 5 TB per day. And a single consumer packaged good manufacturing machine generates 13 billion data samples per day. And large offshore field produces 0.75 terabyte data per week, and a jet engine produces 20 TB flight data per hour. And it has been shown that 90% of the world data has been generated only in last 2 years. So managing this and the entire data is very difficult, right? So how fog can node can or fog computing can help to manage all these data or to perform the computation. Fog put Fog puts intelligence closer to the data. Means we are deploying the algorithm. Intelligence means algorithm. We are deploying the algorithm to that point only where data is being generated, right? And fog node implement local processing, storage, and netting. So all these features can handle the previous problem very efficiently. We can also integrate fog computing with Internet of Things technology. How? All sensors, all devices of IoT can be deployed as the form of fog nodes, and data will be collected. And this data will be passed to the fog nodes where local data analysis and filtering will be done, and then only useful information will be delivered to data center or cloud data center. So, sorry. Emerging architecture for data analysis process, right? In these days, 4-layer architecture has been followed, right? At the lower level, embedded systems are present along with the sensor that require low power bandwidth, smart things, vehicles, machines, and the count of these devices are hundreds of the millions. And data will be collected from there only. And data will be passed to distributed fog nodes, right? And this layer will be called as multi-service edge. And here this is transferred via 3G, 4G, LTE, Wi-Fi or wired network. And the count of these fog nodes will be in dozens of thousands. And then data will be sent to the core, and from core to cloud data center. At each layer we are performing the filtering. So in today's scenario, data volume from edge to core, right, means each layer. But tomorrow what we can do, rather than analyzing entire data at the end of data center cloud or cloud data center, we can develop the algorithms that can fit into these layers, right? So that algorithm can perform their or intelligent algorithm can be developed to analyze the data at these layer only, right? This is our tomorrow's approach. So this slide again says the same things, that various data is being generated via the various sensors, and these data is being collected through fog nodes, and fog nodes are performing further processing and filtering the data, and then data is finally being transferred to the cloud. If we compare the cloud computing and fog computing, then in terms of latency, cloud require in cloud latency is very high. There is very high delay. but in fog computing there is very low delay. If we talk about delay jitter, then cloud computing having very high delay and delay jitter, and cloud computing is having very high delay jitter, and fog computing is having very low delay jitter. Location of the servers in cloud computing is within the internet, whereas in case of fog computing it is at the edge close to the nodes. Then security, we talk about security thing, then in cloud computing it varies amongst the provider, but here in fog computing security can be more defined and customized. Attack on data flights is very high probable in case of cloud computing, but in case of fog computing it is very limited. And location awareness is not possible in case of cloud computing, but it is possible in case of fog computing. If we talk about geographical distribution, in cloud computing it is centralized, but in case of fog computing it is distributed, right? Number of servers are few in cloud computing, but here it is very large. Cloud computing supports the mobility but in limited manner, whereas in fog computing it supports mobility very vastly, right? And real-time interactions are supported in cloud computing, but may be difficult to achieve and it is costly. And fog computing efficiently support the real-time interactions, right? And type of last mile connectivity, it is through lease line in case of cloud computing, and in fog computing it is wireless. So various forums and organizations came together and formed a open fog consortium, and those organizations are ARM, also called as ARM, Cisco, Dell, Intel, Microsoft, and Princeton, and they form Open Fog Consortium, right? And their mission is to drive industry and academic leadership in fog computing architecture, testbed development, and a variety of interoperability and composability deliverables that seamlessly leverage cloud and edge architecture to enable to the end IoT scenarios, right? So what next can be done in this area? Identify use cases where fog provide the advantages. We can refine our views on fog architecture. So this refinement is important. Define an application architecture that facilitates interoperability and application migration. We can perform few more experiments with fog APIs. We can understand how fog can help out businesses. Doing store and compute at the edge does not undermine the importance of the center. In fact, the data center needs to be a stronger nucleus for expanding, right? So these all things can be done in the future coming technology in the field of fog computing. Now, if you all are having any question, then you can ask. Otherwise, we may close the session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tripathi. for your nice lucid presentation and sparing your valuable time for us and sharing your knowledge and research with us. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. It was also a great
And
pleasure for me to speak in your conference, and I'm very highly obliged and thankful to all of you. Thank you so much, sir.
it it's our pleasure, sir. You gave your time, your consent for to be here with us in this online platform, and in future too, we will look forward for your kind cooperation, sir.
Sure, sir. Sure. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Now, our next resource person is Dr. Asit Kumar Mahapatra. Dr. Mahapatra is working as assistant professor in University Department of Mathematics and MCA. Dr. Syama Prasad Mukherjee, University Ranchi. Dr. Mahapatra is a known researcher and academician in the field of big data analysis and data mining. The topic of his talk is big data analytics of browsing behavior using data mining. And this is really a matter of pleasure and privilege for us that Dr. Mahapatra given his consent for this 2 days international e-conference. And on behalf of organizing committee, I would like to invite Dr. Mahapatra for his lecture. Over to you, Dr. Mahapatra.
Computer Science. I would like to thank the technical organizing committee members, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar, Mr. Tej Bahadur Chand, Mrs. Sital Bairagi of VBSD Girls PG College, dignitaries, resource persons and research scholars. Myself, Dr. A.K. Mahapatra, Assistant Professor, Department of MCA, Dr. Syama Prasad Mukherjee University, Ranchi. Now I am going to start my presentation, Big Data Analytics of Browsing Behavior Using Data Mining. Index. Introduction, characteristics of big data, importance of big data analytics, classifications of big data, data preparation process, technologies and tools, uses of big data analytics benefits, challenges in big data, conclusion and reference. Introduction. Nowadays, most of our time is spent online using some form of digital technology, such as search engines, news portals, or social media websites. Our online presence makes us engaged most of the time and leads us to become unaware of our important work, resulting in a form of avoidance that decreases our productivity significantly. Some desktop and mobile applications have recently emerged to counter the problem by introducing various means of self-tracking to reduce the wasting of time and engaged in productivity activities. Web usage mining is the major research area in data mining that facilitates to predict the individual's browsing behaviors and infer their interest by analyzing the behavior patterns. It consists of 3 phases: pre-processing, pattern discovery, and pattern analysis. Pre-processing is required to convert the raw data into a meaningful form useful for efficient processing. Pattern discovery includes techniques to extract the pattern and encompasses statistical analysis, sequential pattern mining, path analysis, association rule mining, classification and clustering. For analysis of patterns, we can use visualization, which allows understanding and analyzing the patterns in an inherent way. There are many information visualization techniques that have been developed over the last few years that can deal with wide range of data. Data mining is the way toward finding connections or examples among many fields in enormous social databases. Data mining is implemented for finding some useful facts and patterns from different data sources. Use of data mining technique can help to understand and analyze data and information in proper way so that it will be helpful in different sectors. Characteristics of big data. Big data is a term utilized to refer to the increase in the volume of data that are difficult to store, process and analyze through traditional database technology. The nature of big data is indistinct and involves considerable process to identify and translate the data into new insight. The term big data is relatively new in IT and business. However, several researchers and practitioners have utilized the term in previous literature. For instance, refer to big data as a large volume of scientific data for visualization. Several definitions of big data currently exist. For instance, defined big data as the amount of data just beyond technology's capabilities to store, manage and process efficiently. Meanwhile, and define big data as characterized by three V's: version, variety and velocity. The term volume, variety and velocity were originally introduced by Gartner to describe the elements of big data challenges. First, volume. Volume refers to the amount of all types of data generated from different sources and continues to expand. The benefit of gathering large amounts of data includes the creation of hidden information and patterns through data analysis. Lorilla et al. Provided a unique collection of longitudinal data from smart mobile devices and made this collection available to the research community. The aforesaid initiative is called Mobile Data Challenge, motivated by Nokia. The next is variety. Variety refers to the different types of data collected via sensors, smartphones or social networks, such as data types. Data types include video, image, text, audio and data logs in either structured or unstructured format. Most of the data generated from mobile applications are in unstructured format. All mobile related applications are unstructured format. For example, text messages, online games, blogs and social media generate different types of unstructured data through mobile devices and sensors. Internet users also generate an extremely diverse set of structured and unstructured data. Unstructured data types: text files and documents, server website and application logs, sensor data, images, video files, audio files, emails, social media, etc. These are the unstructured data types. Velocity. Velocity refers to the speed of data transfer. The contents of data constantly change because of the absorption of complementary data collections, introduction of previously achieved data or legacy collections, and streamed data arriving from multiple sources. Then next is value. Value is the most important aspect of big data. It refers to the process of discovering huge hidden values from large data sets with various types and rapid generation. This is the figure of 3 V's: volume, variety, velocity and veracity. Volume: click stream, active passive sensor, log, event, printed, curves, speech, social media, traditional. Then variety It's contain unstructured, semi-structured and structured data. Then velocity, speed of generation, rate of analysis, etc. are the example of velocity. Then veracity, unstructured, unclean data, that is veracity. Next, classifications of big data. Big data are classified into different categories to better understand their characteristics. Below figure shows the numerous categories of big data. The classification is important because of large scale data in the cloud. The classification is based on 5 aspects: data sources, content format, data stores, data staging and data processing. Here is the structure of classifications of big data. Big data divided by 5 categories: data source. Data source contain web and social, machine, sensing, transaction, IoT, Internet of Things. Content format: structured, semi-structured and unstructured. We can store structured data, we can store semi-structured data and also unstructured data. Data stores: document oriented, column oriented, graph based, key value. Data staging: cleaning, normalization, transform. Data pre-processing, batch, real time. This is the big data classifications. Each of these categories has its own characteristics and complexities as described in the above table. Data sources include internet data, sensing and all stores of traditional transactional information. Ranges from unstructured to highly structured are stored in various formats. Most popular is the relational database that comes in a large number of varieties. As the result of the wide variety of data sources, the captured data differ in size with respect to redundancy, consistency and noise, etc. Next is importance of big data analytics. Organizations can use big data analytics systems and software to make data-driven decisions that can improve business-related outcomes. The benefits may include more effective marketing, new revenue opportunities, customer personalization, and improved operational efficiency. With an effective strategy, these benefits can provide competitive advantages over rivals. We can see how big data analytics work. Data analytics, data scientists, predictive modelers and other analytics professionals collect, processes, clean and analyze growing volumes of structured transaction data as well as other forms of data not used by conventional business intelligence and analytics programs. Steps for the data preparation process. Here we see data professionals collect data from a variety of different sources. Often it is a mix of semi-structured and unstructured data. While each organization will use different data streams, some common sources include web server logs, cloud applications. We can get the data from cloud applications. Also mobile application, we can get mass level of data from mobile applications. Social media content, text from customer emails and survey responses. We can get the information from email. Mobile phone records, machine data captured by sensor connected to the Internet of Things. Okay, these are the main area to collect the data. Then second, data is processed. After data is collected and stored in a data warehouse or data lake, data professionals must organize, configure and partitions the data properly for analytical queries. Thorough data processing makes for higher performance from analytical queries. Data is cleansed for quality. Data professionals scrub the data using scripting tools or enterprise software. They look for any errors or inconsistencies such as duplications or formatting mistakes and organize and TD of the data. Next, the collected, processed and cleaned data is analyzed with analytical software. This includes tools for data mining tools which shifts through datasets in search of patterns and relationships. The next is predictive analytics, which builds models to forecast customer behavior and other future developments. Then is machine learning, which taps algorithms to analyze large datasets. Next is deep learning, which is a more advanced offshoot of machine learning. The next is text mining and statistical analysis software, artificial intelligence, mainstream business intelligence software, data visualization tools. These are the collected, processed and cleaned data is analyzed with analytical software. Then here data analytics techniques and tools. What are the tools we can use for data analytics? Many different types of tools and technologies are used to support big data analytics processes. Common technologies and tools used to enable big data analytics processes include: first is Hadoop. It is famous nowadays. Hadoop, which is an open source framework for storing and processing big data sets. Hadoop can handle large amounts of structured and unstructured data. It is a big advantage. The Hadoop software application can store structured and also unstructured data. The next is predictive analytics. Predictive analytics hardware and software which process large amounts of complex data and use machine learning and statistical algorithms to make predictions about future event outcomes. Organizations use predictive analytics tools for fraud detection, marketing, risk assessment and operations. Okay, this is the main importance of predictive analytics. Then stream analytics tools. Stream analytics tools which are used to filter, aggregate and analyze big data that may be stored in many different formats or platforms. The next is distributed storage data. It is used to replicated generally on a non-relational database. This can be as measured against independent node failures, lost or corrupted big data, or to provide low latency access. Next is a data warehouse. Already data warehouse is a popular, which is a repository that stores large amounts of data collected by different sources. Data warehouses typically store data using predefined schemas. It is the important concept, predefined schemas. Then knowledge discovery, big data mining tools. These tools enable business to mine large amounts of structured and unstructured big data. The next is data visualizations. The data visualizations which enables data access without technical restrictions. No any technical restrictions in using the data virtualization. The next is data integration software. Data integration software which enables big data to be streamlined across different platforms including Apache, Hadoop, MongoDB and Amazon EMR. Then data quality software. Data quality software which cleanless and enriches large data sets. The next is data processing software. Data processing software which prepares data for further analysis. Data is formatted and unstructured data is cleansed. Then last is Spark. Spark, which is an open source cluster computing framework used for batch and stream data processing. Big data analytics applications often include data from both internal systems and external sources, such as weather data or demographic data on consumers, compiled by third-party information services providers. In addition, streaming analytics applications are becoming common in big data environments as users look to perform real-time analytics on data feed into Hadoop system through stream processing engines such as Spark, Flink, and Storm. Early big data systems were mostly deployed on premises, particularly in large organizations that collected, organized, and analyzed massive amounts of data. But cloud platforms, vendors such as Amazon Web Services, Google, and Microsoft have made it easier to set up and manage Hadoop clusters in the cloud. The same goes for Hadoop suppliers such as Cloudera, which supports the distribution of the big data framework on the AWS, Google, and Microsoft Azure clouds. User can now spin up clusters in the cloud, run them for as long as they need, and then take them offline with usage-based pricing that doesn't require ongoing software license. Usage of big data analytics and examples. Some examples here I have mentioned. What is the usage of big data analytics? Customer acquisition and retention. Consumer data can help the marketing efforts of companies, which can act on trends to increase customer satisfactions. For example, personalization engines for Amazon, Netflix, and Spotify. This is the mobile application. Netflix and Spotify, it is nowadays famous, can provide improved customer experiences and create customers loyalty. The next example is product development. Big data analytics. Using big data analytics can provide insights to inform about product viability, development decisions, progress measurement, and steer improvements in the direction of what fits a business customers. The next example is price optimization. Retailers may opt for pricing models that use and model data from a variety of data sources to maximize revenues. The next is supply chain and channel analytics. Predictive analytical models can help with a preventive replenishment, B2B supplier networks, inventory management, route optimizations, and the notifications of potential delays to deliveries. Risk management. Big data analytics can identify new risks from data patterns for effective risk management strategies. Improved decision making. Insights business users extract from relevant data can help organizations make quicker and better decisions. Then, next is big data analytics benefits to using the big data analytics. First, big data analytics benefits is quickly analyzing large amounts of data from the different sources in many different formats and types. Different formats we can store the data. We can get data quickly. Okay. Then rapidly making better informed decisions for effective strategizing, which can benefit and improve the supply chain operations and other areas of strategic decision making. Then next is, it is very important point, cost savings. which can result from new business process efficiencies and optimizations, a better understanding of customer needs, behavior, and sentiment, which can lead to better marketing insights, as well as provide information for product development. Improved, better informed risk management strategies that draw from large sample sizes of data. Next is, here I have mentioned a KDD process to make the whole process of knowledge discovery in databases. This is the main concept of mining, KDD, more clear. Fayad and his colleagues summarized the KDD process by a few operations in which are selection, pre-processing, transformation, data mining, and interpretation evaluation. As shown in figure 3 below figure, with these operations at hand, we will be able to build a complete data analytics systems to gather data first and then find information from the data and display the knowledge to the user. According to our observation, the number of research articles and technical reports that focus on data mining is typically more than the number of focusing on other operators. But it does not mean that the other operators of KDD are unimportant. Here the structure of KDD. First step is selection. This is here is the data set. Then selection. Next step is selection. After that, then pre-processing. Then next step is transformation. Then next step is data mining. Then last is interpretation evaluation. This is the process of how to mining the data from data warehousing. Then here, challenges in big data analytics. Accessibility of data. With larger amounts of data storage and processing become more complicated. Big data should be stored and maintained properly to ensure it can be used by less experienced data scientists and analysts. Data quality maintenance. With huge volumes of data coming in from a variety of sources in different formats, data quality management for big data requires significant time, effort, and resources to properly maintain it. Next is data security. It is a big challenge because of we can store the data from different sources. In that case, security is the major role. The complexity of big data systems presents unique security challenges. Properly addressing security concerns within such a complicated big data ecosystems can be complex undertaking. Choosing the right tools, because of we can store mass level of data, then we select a important tool. Selecting from the vast array of big data analytics tools and platforms available on the market can be confusing, so organizations must know how to pick the best tool that aligns with users' needs and infrastructure. With a potential lack of internal analytics skills and the high cost of hiring experienced data scientists and engineers, some organizations are finding it hard to fill the gaps. These are the challenges of data analytics. Next, conclusion. This research work has introduced an approach towards capturing and analyzing browsing behavior individuals over temporal and categorical context. A Chrome browser extension has been developed that runs autonomously in the background and captures the browsing activities. It allows individuals to visualize their interesting browsing behavior patterns to gain deeper insights into their browsing behavior. By providing interactive graphical user interface to promote self-reflecting and awareness among them and help in making valuable decisions for bringing positive changes in their behavior and life. To extract the valuable patterns from data, different pattern discovery techniques have been utilized, including statistical analysis, associative rule mining, sequential pattern mining, and clustering. This extension yields some interesting results about how users browse the web, such as dwell time on web pages. The time users are inactive users peak browsing time and hour of the day, top category of the day, frequent website categories and their correlation, tab switching pattern, top websites on the basis of time spent, weekly usage comparison among different categories, duration of browsing sessions, number of sessions per day, number of tabs per session, frequent transaction type, cluster the frequent websites at different time of day and time spent at other desktop applications when browser is running in background but not focused. Visual data mining techniques have been used to explore the extracted patterns as interactive visualization helps user in understanding and analyzing the wide range of data more easily and quickly. Then last, references. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mahapatra, for your presentation and sharing your valuable knowledge and sparing your time for this international e-conference. If questions are there from participants, kindly put in the chat box. Our next resource person is Dr. Vinod Kumar Patle. Dr. Patle is working as assistant professor in School of Studies in Computer Science and Information Technology, Pandit Ravi Shankar Shukla University, Raipur. Dr. Patle did MSc in physics and later on MCA and PhD in computer science. His area of interest includes database management system, mobile communication, mobile ad hoc network, wireless sensor, data mining, and he has published more than 45 research papers to his credit, and he has supervised 3 PhD students. And the topic of today's talk is trends in big data analytics and data science. Over to you, Dr. Vinod.
And data science. In this lecture, we cover the some introductory part of the big data and data science and tools of the big data and data science, role of the data science, and then some conclusions. The introductory part is the first, the what do you mean by the data? Data is some raw facts and some figures and some numbers and some images. Sometimes data is open data. Data that can be the freely used and reused and redistributed by the anyone's. subject only at most to the requirement to the attributes and share the li. Here some data, the availability and access. The data must be the available as a whole and number of more than one reasonables and reproduct cost. And some reuse and redistributed data. The data must be the provide under term and they are the permit and reuse the redistributed including the inter-term mixings with other data sets. Some data is the universals and participations to collect some data. The everyone must be able to use the reuse the some redistributed data. There should be the no discriminations against the field of the endeavors or some against portions, person or group, they including some data. There are some different formats of the data. Some data in the CSV files, there are the Excels, there are the some TX data, there are the XML data, some RFD data, there are the KMS data. There are the many types of the data formats available in the data sheets. For some data is generated by the humans in the some web pages, some documents, download or some manipulated. There are some tabular data, the CSV files and geographical data, there are some XMLs. There are some machine data generated from the some machines for the use for the applications in the XML, the link to the data, and there are the many farm data sets are available in the data. And the public data, there are the data in the some objective header, no person data, the public data, which public service and run the policies, decisions are based, and there's some collect and generate the courses of the public service delivery. So there are the public data, there are some three categories. Here there's some objectivized the purpose of the data, some policy basis data, or there are some survey basis the data is the collect the data. Here there are some public data. There are some data in the open government data. The open government data means the data either some open data and there's some government data, or there are some open and there are some governments the under construct the some control the data. So here are some open government data. They can use us the end user, they can use some data. This is the open data. The trends in the open data, the global movements and the collaboration support by the many organizations, some government organizations, some other countries, the founded by the Brazil, Indonesia, Mexico, and Norway, Philippines, South Africa. Some open data source is available. The sites in the source, the US government, the site http www.data.gov.communities. Some World Bank data also available in the some sites is available. So there are many sites is available for the open government data. And in some open data sites is available. They are in May 2009. There are some government, USA government, UK government, some Nigeria government, Australia government has some sites in the data.gov.in. Here there are some data.gov.uk or India side the data.gov.in. There are many open data sites is available. Some challenges in the open government data, the latencies, some IT architectures and data format is a very challenging issues for today. Long standing law and policy, there are some maintained, there are some existing public sector cultures, secretaries, new type of the relationships, and some policies related issues as some maintain the personal data anonymous data and de-anonymization data. They are the pre-anonymous data. The cost of the data, unindexed the consequence. There are some challenges to how to manage this data. There are some challenges in this data. So there are some brief overview of the data, or there are the different types of the data. There are some sources to the data. Now next coming the point is the big data. First, the big data. Big data means these the high volumes, high velocities, and high veracity. Some varieties. They are the data. Big data are the high volume, high varieties, high veracities, informations, assets that require new form of processing to enable enhance the some decision makings. Inside the discovery process optimization is the big data. Other some researchers to define the big data, complicated analysis of the data make the small data appear to the big data. And then the other is the bottom line. The any data that exceed our current capabilities of processing can be recorded as big. Here the big data is the high volume, high velocity, and the high varieties. So this information assets is required the form of the new processing enabled to enhance some decisions. The big data everywhere. There are some big data. There are some millions of the data generated day to day in the some stock markets. Data generated for the flight from the country to one country to another countries. The day to days they are the approximation. They are the 10 terabytes and some number of per day Twitter accounts, some WhatsApp accounts, Facebook accounts, social media these sites. The millions of data generated day to days. And there the Facebook near about the 3 billions of data per day they are generated. So here the some data, this type of data is the large volume, large varieties and velocities that time in the data is the some changes. So here the worldwide there are the 90% data are generated in the last 2 or 3 years. Okay, there is some big data is the very rare. Users a single view of the customer. The customer are using the multiple sites. Some Amazon, yeah, there is some Flipkart, and a case bank, some companies. There are some many type of company. They are the single view of the customer. The customer use the data from the different sources. Here this diagram is show the one user to access the data from the different sources here. How much big? Big data are the data sets that are so big they cannot be handled efficiently by common database management system. Big data has volume. There are the 100 terabytes to the petabytes. Have the structure and unstructured format, have a constant flow of data. Some data, big data, the big deals in the governments and private sector and science, some research purposes, yes, of scientific use. The data is the big deal in the government and private sectors. There are the many applications, just like previous slides. There are some discussed the many government organizations and the government agencies to manage the data and maintain this data. And there are some private sectors, just like the social medias, and there are some Walmarts to handle more than 1 billion customer transactions every hours, which is important to data. Estimate the content of the 1 to 2 petabyte per data. Here the Facebook also, there are some other private sector also manage the data. Then science, there are some periscope, some surveys to generate the 140 terabytes to every day. There's some biomedical computation like decoding human genomes. There are social science revolutions, some GIS surveys from the satellite. So this type of data is generated, the government is the big deals. And some life cycle of the data. The life cycle of data in the 4A. Here the 4A's means data is the acquisitions, the data is the scratched, different form. So data is the aggregations to integrate the data, and this data is the analysis. Then after this analysis data is the use the different applications. Then different application data is the collect. Then there are some aggregations. There are some analysis. There are some applications. So they are the cycle of this data, the acquisitions, aggregations, and then some analysis, and then some applications. So here, scratch data, integrated data, and some you go to the knowledge part, gain some knowledge, and then some using the long data. So here the cycle of this data. Computational view of the big data is the data to the some data visualization. Bottom level is the data visualizations, and top level is the data visualization, or bottom level is the data. So data is the stored in the some hard disk. Yeah, some storage part. Data in the different formattings. There's some cleanings, and some data in the understood form, or some data integrations. Then data access, data analysis. Then after data is the visualization for the users. Okay, so there are some view of the data. Big data related to disciplines, the different term, bottom to top. There are the methodology analysis, there are the aggregations, and some cleaning format. So here are some disciplines. There are the covers in the big data storage. There are some information theories. There are the formatting, there are some cleaning, there is signal processing part. Here there is some data understanding. There are some natural languages processing. Then some data integrations. There are some data warehousing this part. For data analysis, they are using some data minings. Or after some visualization concept, the different form they can use in some machine learning concepts. So here is some data access, the information they retrieve from the data access for the data visualizations. So there are some discipline wise, the bottom to top, there are the level is different. Here this big data, the big data is the some analytics, big data analytics. How to require the analytics? Here the big data is the more real time nature than traditional data warehousing applications. And here the traditional data warehousing architecture are not well suited for the big data applications. Basically, there are some traditional data warehouse architectures where easily supports the normal data database, but data warehousing architecture not well suitable for the big data application. So they are the shared, nothing the misuse the parallel processing scale out architecture well suitable for the big data. So here the big data analytics type of this big data analytics. First is the prescriptive analytics, second is the predictive analytics, or third is descriptive analytics. Prescriptive analytics means the enable smart decisions based on the data. What should we do? What should we do? There's some approach, there's some analysis part, the prescriptive analysis. Second part, the predictive analysis, the predictions and future based and on the historical data. So what could be happen? So this is the predictive analytics. Or third analytic is the descriptive, mining data to the provide business insights. There are the three type of approaches. Here the prescriptive, predictive and descriptive analysis. Okay. Here some growth need to the analytics. So how to use some analytic data is the generate, data is the analysis, and learning from the data used for the decision makings. The first is the data is the generate and some analytic approach they are using, or this after analytic approach, this data used for the different purposes. So here they generate the large amount of data for the business transactions, yeah, some business applications there. So there are many organizations they can use some analytic approach they are using. Why are the big data analytic? Why are you using? So first they are the cost reductions, and second the faster better decision makings, and they are the new production and services. They are this purpose they are using the some big data analytics. First the cost reducer, the cost reduce, and second the faster and better decision makings, and then the new productions, and then some services. This purpose are using the big data analytics. Next here the some trends in the big data. There are the many trends here the big data. The rise of the predictive analytics, the rise of the predictive analytics here the some dark data migrate in the clouds, smarter chatbots, big data analytics. They will include the visualization models in memory technologies, edge computing, quantum computing, open source solutions, and the smarter and track cyber securities and rapidly growing up the network. These are some trends in the big data. And trends the rapidly growing up the IT network, IoT networks. The IoT will create a network of varied device that will also lead to a pooling of the varied type of the data. IoT data security will be the new challenges put across the with big data security professionals. In task big data organizations to create the checkpoints to audit the device that added the network. So there is some challenging. So there are the big data. Next is some rise the predictive analytics. The big data analytics is the strategy for the business to achieve the new target for better business. They use the necessary analytic tools and process the big data and some determine the reasons why certain events happen. So here this use of the rise of the predictive analysis, this type of approach they are using some Walmarts and some business purpose. There are the many businesses they are using this type of approach. Businessmen, artificial and machine learning concept. This type of using this approach in the big data, interest in the artificial intelligence and machine learning. There are the many examples. Some devices just like the robotics. This is the based on the some AI base and machine learning base. So there the technology is happening. The business transform through the various cases of the several real-time ads. There are the flood detections, pattern recognitions, voice recognitions, and some machine learning algorithms will become faster, more accurate, helping the enterprise make more appropriate predictions. So there is the big data in training the artificial intelligence system and machine learnings. Second, dark data migrate in the clouds. So here the information that is added to transform to the digital format is called the dark data. So there are the many informations is converted to the digital format. This anomaly, the database are accepted to the digitalize and migrate to the clouds, so they can be used the predictive analytics and benefit for the business. Okay. Some smarter tighter cyber security aspects. They are using the big data companies have to organize the use of data analytics tools and predict and detect why the cyber security threats in the cyber securities in the cyber crime to analyze the data by using some big data analytic approach they are using. Big data can be integrated into the cyber security strategies, the security logs data, and can provide the information about the past threats which companies can use to prevent in the mitigate future attempt. So this type of recent trend in the big data. Next, the quantum computing also using the through the quantum quantum computing, we can cruise out the billions of data once in the just few minutes to calculate some find some results. Some the edges of the computing, the big data analytic happens not in the data centers or cloud, but close to the IoT device and sensor. The edges of these techniques. Application of the big data. There are the many fields. They are using some big data and data. The healthcare applications. There are the many some devices to capture the data. So the big data application in the healthcare system. Big data in the manufacturing. Many type of the manufacturing companies. There are some required. The predictions tools. The systematic process of the data. Useful information. The gate. There are some used in some manufacturing companies are using big data. Big data in the some IoTs. Today, this time there are the many IoT devices some available. The IoT device is some capture the data or store the some cloud. Yes, some distributed system. There the data is the stores. So there are some big data is the one application part in the IoT. And application in the big data now the government organizations they can using cyber securities also they are using these big data crime prediction. They are the pharmaceutical drugs evaluations. They are using scientific research. They are using some big data. The tax compliance. They are using some big data concept. The traffic optimizations. They are using some big data approach. And one the concept the Tesla. The self-driving cars are using the big data concept. These cars in the capture the images. There are the many types and there's an image are stores to instruct the driving the car without the drivers. Self-driving car by using some sensor concept. So there are some concept are using the big data analytic approach. Here the some big data help to Tesla to reduce the cost, identify the market opportunities, satisfy the customers, develop the new production to improve its car or the new generation of the autonomous self-driving cars, whatever electric or not, the equipped with the hundreds of the sensor and surrounded by the smart technologies. So there are some big data. The data is the capture from the different sensors that is stored to identify some locations. Here there are some directions that using here the big data concept. So here are some sensors, cameras, readers, or some analysis. Then some make the decision or there are some instruct. Here there are some big data one place. Metaverse. So they are the one application area of the big data here. This is the combination of the multiple elements of the technology including the virtual reality, augmented reality, videos and users live within the digital universe support by the metaverse users. So here the also using just like the you play the some games, video games, there are some virtualizations. The same step concept using here this technology. So there are some big data aspects very easily they are using this concept. There are some meta reality labs using working in the hepatitis clones that will let you feel the objects in the matrices. They show the researcher moving the object, shaking the hands and some bumping fast virtual reliability. So this type of the options, this is the use in some big data. Globe, Google, the big queries. Big queries fully manage the enterprise data warehousing to help us the manage and analyze the data, your data built in the futures like the machines learning, geographical analysis, and business intelligence system. So here the BigQueries in the serverless architecture. Let us see the SQL queries. They answer your organization biggest questions with the zero infrastructure management. That the big queries. So this type of approach here the adopt by using the some big data. And some big query, there are some features. ML, the machine learning concept using the multi-clouds, some data analysis tools, the attractive data analysis, the BigQueries, the geographical analysis with the BigQuery GIS, real-time changes in the data and capture and replications. Some IBM, the cloud area, the different areas, some data is the stores in the cloud area, data platforms, the private clouds by the IBM. Here the also one application of the big data. This is the big data. Here are some challenges. There are some fields of the discussing the big data application and some trends, or there are some challenging the big data. Deal with the data growth, generating inside the timely manners, recurring and the retaining of the big data talents, or the integrate disappeared data sources and validating of the data and securing the big data. These are some challenges part of the big data. The next is the impact of the big data. Which type of factors to affect the big data? Business can utilize outside intelligence with taking the decision. Improve the customer service, easily identification risk to the product and service if any. There are some data analytic trends. These are the big data trends. So here the big analytic is the data analytic trends. So here the hyper personalizations, machine learning concept, behavior analytics, and there are some journey of the sciences, the express economics. Big data is one part, IoTs, artificial intelligence, the argument reliability, virtual reliabilities, and some graphic analysis. Some trends are using the big data analytic trends. Okay, here this is the overview of this big data challenges, some applications, and some recent trends. Here the big data. Now coming to the next point, here the data science. So data science means the interdisciplinary fields that use the scientific methods, process, algorithms, and system to extract the knowledge and insight from structured unstructured data. Is the data science. Data science is related to data mining and big data. Data mining is a subset of the data science. It involves analysis larger amount of the data such as the big data in order to discover the pattern and other useful information. And what is the big data? Here the big data, there's some different interdisciplinary fields are some combined here, the statistics, the some substantial expertise in some marketing base, the some hacking and codings are this part. Here three parts are include the data science. Some prediction, the scripting languages they are using, some SQL, some data job preparations, data generates, some get with the right data and some constraints of the data, piracy, securities, and some data are using some market purpose. So there are some statistical packages they are using the data, but there are some data science This is the use in the three science. Here the main approach. There is some statistical analysis, statistics. They are using the some experimental designs, models of thinking, some advanced math concept are using the statistical package are using the statistics. So there are some data science and there are some predictions analysis and there are the scripting languages they are using some machine learning concept they are using or there are some coding part or this part some using or some result is the effective for the business purposes. So there is some top 10 tools for the data science they are using in this year. Here the some Apache Spark is the one tools for using the data science. DJ3s are using IBM SPSS use Julia they use the Jupyter notebook are using. They are the MATLAB or Python. These many tools are using the data science. Some data visualizations in various tools are used. The data visualization in the R language, this type of pattern the display, the Julia, this type of patterns are using these tools in this result in the show. Or there are some role of the data science in the during the COVID and after the COVID pandemic situation, the data science play the very important roles. So here the also well known ki the in December 2019 the first outbreak in the COVID-19 was detected in China. So there are some introduced part in the first in the COVID or the next variant the Omicron is the different data driven from the different countries in the world to identify. So here the data science is applicable to identify and locate and data is stored. There are the access here the data science concept are used. So here the data science are the combined with statistical analysis and computer science and computation biological is helping is my right way to the application including the immunological. They are the drugs discovery and molecule design for the diagnosis and therapeutics purpose. So they are the data science very important for some analysis this type of situation and some develop some discover some medicines and some identify which medicine is the best for this type of situation. The data science will play the very important roles. The numbers of the data driven models, the mathematical models, corrections model, the prediction models have been developed for COVID-19 this situation. Here the many applications, many are using some data science. One they are the Arogya Setu one app. This app they include the lot of data the combinations. Here they use some alert, the piracy, the availability of the language. There is some using the data science concept. Some ongoing research to detect the anomalies. The some beside the diagnosis, the theorems around the detections of the disease using the some CT scan, the X-rays, data mining, and to collaborate the information for the social media and patient records and diagnosis based on the lungs and there's some repository sounds analysis additions, the speech and sound processing. These are the modeling that some techniques are using has become the particularly useful during the COVID-19. So here the data science has played a very important role this type of situation. Yeah. The data sets are available publicly to enable the population based studies, the age factors, the clinical medical conditions to examine and analyze the data science is the play a very important role. This type of situation here. Another cluster based analysis, there are some widely and visualization similarities and the country based, the active cases and inactive cases per populations per areas and network analysis estimate the inclusion of the rate, there are infections rate, there are the fertilization rates, and disposal. There are some special analysis, statistical analysis for analyze the some spreads. So some disease, here the some clustering based techniques are using. Here the some data science part here. Some data science, there are some variants, delta variant, alpha variant. So this type of which variant is the most effective to the human body. Why there are some alpha and some beta. So some there are some analysis by using the data science concept. Okay. Here are some isolation strategies. They are in the lockdown period. They have the still health planning based in the predictive analysis. Numbers of the test states, also the data driven modulars, they predict the number of the patients in trained models to estimate the potential risk zones area help the government to the better strategic plan. So there are data science here is applicable. Also there are some different apps they are using. Some application models affect the focus on certain characteristic COVID, modify the simulations that include the changes in the factors. So there are some aim to minimize the limitations here. Some identify the which hospital has the some beds are free or some which bed is available. They are the unreporting the data, the ICU beds availability are not available. So this type of data analysis overall India, overall world. So here some data science concept very easily implemented. There are some rules here. These applications are using. There are some applications. Here some app is the migrate. There is integrate here. Some users all informations available in the app base. The some data is the collect. Here the some apps is available. So overall here the conclusion. Here the some data science is open the door of the new emerging trends. It's open data, data minings, and data warehouse are the big data. And represent the opportunity to realize the enormous gain in terms of the efficiency, productivities, the renew of the profitabilities. The availability of the big data product the unique moments in the history of the data analysis, the needed for the new information management to analytics softwares, big data with the predictive analysis, high performance computing systems, and machine learning and other strategy helps being used with the past and will continue to use with the heavily in the futures are the big data the concept and some data science. Okay, thank you.
Sir, for your nice informative talk on the trends in big data analytics and data science. Our next resource person is Dr. Bhavna Parvat. Dr. Parvat is associated with Hemchand Yadav Viswavidyalaya, Durg, Chhattisgarh, and the her area of research includes wireless sensor network and data mining. And she is working on all aspects to create a bridge between these two different fields of computer science. And we are feeling privileged to have such a good researcher with us on this occasion. And on behalf of organizing committee, I would like to invite Dr. Bhavna Parvat. Over to you, madam.
To Dr. Min sir, to Dr. Anuj Kumar Dwivedi sir, Dr. P.K. Singh sir, and Technical Organizing Committee, and the whole family of VBSD Girls PG College for giving me such wonderful opportunity to put my thoughts in front of you. I wish to discuss with you about the wireless sensor networks data mining. Before discussing wireless sensor network data mining, we will go through the wireless sensor network. In the picture, we can see the wireless sensor network. A wireless sensor network is a collection of nodes organized into a cooperative manner, and each node consists of processing capability. It may contain multiple types of memory, have an RF transceiver, have a power source, and accommodate various sensors. It consists of sensor nodes that are integrated with a physical environment. These sensor nodes are small in size and capable of sensing physical phenomena and processing them. Wireless radio transceiver, actuators, small CPUs, and memory are equipped in a sensor node. A sensor node may have one or more sensors. These sensors can measure pressure, sound, temperature, light, humidity, vibration, etc. Wireless sensor network nodes. In wireless sensor network, wireless sensor nodes are deployed in a mode of area where physical communication is not possible, like in open, unsupervised, hostile environment. It provides the facility to capture information in both outdoor and indoor applications. The information collected from the monitored field is sent through wireless link, and the data from the sensor nodes are forwarded to the sync node, which is used for data collection purpose, and it can be a base station or the access point. The forwarded data to the sync node can be used by its locally or connected to the other node networks like internet through gateway. Then next, we can see in this figure, the left part shows the traditional single link WSN scenario that can easily be suffered from lack of scalability. That is when the number of sensor nodes are increased, the amount of data collected by sync node is also increased, and once the capacity of sync node is reached, the performance of network is affected. The right part of the figure here it shows multiple sync scenario of WSN that can be scalable, that is the same performance can be obtained even after number of sensor nodes are increased. Then we can see the sensor node structure. Here we can see that a sensor node has the power unit, sensing unit, processing unit, and communication unit. Usually the sensing unit contains one or more sensors and analog to digital converter. The sensors sense the physical phenomena and generate the analog signal. These generated analog signals are converted into digital signals by a DC converter and sent to the processing unit. A processing unit consists of the microprocessor, microcontroller with memory, and it has control over the sensor node. For performing transmission and receiving operation over a radio channel, the communication unit consists of a short range radio. One of the main four parts of the sensor node is power unit that contains a battery for supplying power to drive all the components in the system. It may be in stationary or mobility position. Next is wireless sensor network architecture. Here we can see there may be layered architecture, the cluster architecture, and sensor nodes with mobile sync node. First of all, we will go through the layered architecture. This figure shows the layered architecture of WSN that has one sync node and many sensor nodes, and these sensor nodes send the data to the sync node using 1 hop, 2 hop, or the 3 hop, etc. Then the cluster architecture, in this it shows cluster architecture has clusters of sensor nodes, and each cluster has its cluster head. And in this architecture, data sensed by the sensor nodes are sent to the corresponding cluster head, and then cluster head send these data to the sync node, which is usually a base station. Then sensor nodes with mobile sync node. In this figure, it shows the data from the sensor nodes are collected by the mobile sync node that travels in sensing area, and sometimes data collectors installed in sensing area are used by this architecture. Now, we can go through the application area of WSN. The first application is Area observation. In area observation, the WSN is deployed over a region of monitoring the particular area and space. The next is the healthcare observation. In medical area, we see the use of the wireless sensor network. In medical area, sensing devices may be of the two types. One is implanted and another is the wearable. The implanted medical devices can be inserted into the body that helps for overall monitoring of health, fitness and energy expenditure of ill patient at home or the hospital. And the wearable devices are applied to the body surface. Then next will be the earth or the environment sensing. WSN is used to monitor the environmental conditions like animal life, habitat monitoring, dense forest, breeding season by deploying sensors. Observation of air pollution. In many cities, WSN is deployed to observe the concentration of the dangerous gases in the air of the environment of the city. It is easy to deploy wireless sensor network instead of wired installations. It also provides mobility for examining reading in various areas. The next application is the detection of forest fire. These are the possible applications, and there may be more application areas for WSN also. The detection of landslides. WSN is used by the landslide observation system to detect the changes in the parameter that can occur before or throughout a landslide. Using this collected information, it is very easy to understand the appearance and the frequentness of landslides long before it really occurs. The next one is the detection of observation of water quality. This observation involves analyzing water properties in lake, rivers, dams, ocean, underground water, rivers, etc. Then the natural disaster. WSN can play an important role to alert the natural disasters like flood, tsunami, and earthquake. And nodes can be deployed in the rivers to alert for changes in the water levels in the real time also. Then next one is the machine monitoring. Wireless sensing element networks can be placed in troublesome locations where a wired system cannot be placed, like rotating machinery and unbound vehicles for condition-based maintenance of machines. Then next is the data logging. WSNs are used, also it can be used for the gathering the environmental data. The main advantage of WSNs over conventional logger is the live data feed. Next one is the home intelligence. WSN provides more suitable and smart living environments for human beings. It supports for a smart home environment. Wireless sensors can be installed into a home and are connected for forming an autonomous home network. The schedules and the programs list of the TV, players, DVD, VCR, CDs can be controlled and observed remotely to meet the different choice of the family members. Then next one is the security and supervision. WSN is used in security and surveillance applications. Different kinds of sensors like the audio, video, and the other kinds of the sensors can be deployed in subways, airports, buildings, and other critical infrastructure, and to identify and track intruders and add timely alarm. Then industrial process control. Here also we can use the wireless sensor network, and it can be used to observe the manufacturing processes and the manufacturing equipment in the industry. For example, sensors can be embedded into the area of the machines that are not accessible by the human being for monitoring the conditions of machines. In the similar way, the oil refiners or the chemical plants can use WSN to supervise the status of their pipelines. That may increase the lifetime and reduce the cost of the maintenance. Then applications in military. Wireless sensor network, it also plays an important role in the area of the application, area of the military. Battlefield monitoring like the position of the forces and the vehicles can be accomplished by deploying the sensors. It enables the close surveillance of the opposing forces. And communication centers, strategic bridges, atomic plants or the military headquarters, etc. can be embedded by the sensors for protection purpose. Sensors can be mounted on unmanned tanks, robotic vehicles, tanks or the missiles to help in the guiding about the obstacles in target. Next is the advantages of WSN. What are the advantages of the WSN? It is convenient and good enough for the non-reachable places such as the rural area, over the seas, mountains or the deep forest. And next, network setups can be accomplished without fixed infrastructure. It is cheap to implement. It is flexible because additional workstations can be added as per requirement. It escapes plenty of wiring. It may hold new devices at any time. It can be accessed using a centralized monitor. Then the next point is disadvantages of WSN. Here, the first disadvantage that may be in WSN, it is less secure because hackers can hack the access point and gain all the information. Its speed is lower than the wired network. It is more complicated to configure as compared to the wired network. It is easily troubled by surroundings like walls and the large distances, and it gets distracted by elements like Bluetooth. Next, what is KDD? It is the part of the data mining. Actually, data mining is the part of the KDD, knowledge discovery in databases. Here we can see the KDD, knowledge discovery in databases. It is a process that contains different steps. The knowledge discovery process is a repetitive and communicative process, consists of 9 steps, and the process starts with finalizing the KDD goals and stops with the execution of the discovered knowledge. The first step is the data understanding with the application domain. This step is the first step, and the concept for understanding of data is prepared for the domain, objectives, etc. Once the KDD goals are ready, the pre-processing of data will start. And the next is selecting and creating data set. In this step, the data that is to be used for the knowledge discovery will be identified, and which includes the evaluation of available data, getting additional required data, and combining all the data for KDD in one data set with including property that should be observed for the process. Then pre-processing and cleaning. This step includes data cleaning like missing and the inconsistent values, handling and noisy or the outliers data removal. Duplicate records and the unnecessary data field are also removed in this step, and that standardizes the data format. The next one is the data transformation. In this stage, data are transformed and consolidated into the forms that are suitable and more efficient for desired goal in the data mining. It includes the attribute transformation and the dimensionality reduction. The next one is the data mining task selection. Now the transformed data is ready for selected data mining by using selected data mining tasks like classification, clustering, association rule, discovery, and so on. Hidden patterns are searched from the used data set. Then choosing the data mining algorithm. In this step, data mining algorithm is chosen based on the performance like the accuracy, understandability, and the other conditions. Each algorithm has its own parameters and the strategy of learning. Then employing the data mining algorithm. Finally, data mining algorithm that is chosen is employed several times with changes in the parameters on prepared data set as per requirement. Then next one is the pattern evaluation. In this step identifies the interesting patterns that represent knowledge, and this step of KDD process is the post-processing step. Then knowledge representation. In this step, knowledge representation and the visualization techniques are applied to present mind knowledge to the user. These were the steps of KDD. The most important step of KDD is the data pre-processing. We will go through the data pre-processing in a very short manner. The data obtained from the real world databases and the data warehouses are generally incomplete, inaccurate, and inconsistent due to the use of the faulty instruments for data gathering, computer and human errors, occurrences at the data entry, etc. Here, we can see the after the data in data pre-processing, there may be 3 forms: data cleaning, data integration, and data reduction. In data cleaning process, performs the action to fill in missing values, make corrections for the inconsistencies in data, and smooth out the noise during the identification of the outliers. And for these ways to handle the missing values, we can ignore the tuples with missing values, fill in the missing value manually, use of global constant to fill in the missing value. We can use the measure of the central tendency. We can use the attribute mean or the median for all samples of the same, and we can use also the most probable values. If you want to handle the noisy data, and there are different methods also, like binning, regression, outlier analysis, etc. Then next is the data integration. In this form of the data preprocessing, in this method, data are merged from the multiple data stores, but this integration should be done carefully so that it can help to reduce and avoid redundancies and inconsistencies in the final data set. Many issues are under consideration in the data integration: object matching, schema integration, and the redundancy. Correlation analysis can be used to detect the redundancies that can measure how strongly one attribute employs the other attribute based on the data available. Then next form that may be is the data reduction. Data reduction is a technique that gives the reduced representation of original data set, and this reduced data set is smaller than the original data set, but maintains the integrity of the original one. It includes the strategies like the dimensionality reduction, and in dimensionality reduction, number of attributes are reduced under the consideration, and it can be done using the wavelet transforms and the principal components analysis that transform the original data set into a smaller space, or using attribute subset selection method that detects and removes the weakly relevant, irrelevant, or the redundant attributes. Then the data transformation. Last one is the data transformation. In this step of preprocessing, the data are consolidated or transformed in such a way that more efficient mining process may be resulted and the finding patterns may be understood easily. Following are some of the data transformation strategies that we can discuss, like smoothing, or the attribute construction, aggregation, normalization, etc. Now the next point is the data mining. We will go through the data mining. It is the core part of the KDD process. Here we can see the data mining contains the different steps through which the input data go through and the information we will get. The data mining is the effective discovery of the previously unknown, beneficial, valid, and understandable patterns in large data sets obtained from a data source. A data source may contain the databases, the web, the data warehouse, the information repository, or streamed data into the system dynamically. Here we can see the input data go through the data preprocessing, and after that we apply the data mining, and then we apply the post-processing processes, and then we will get the information. Next is the data mining techniques. What are the data mining techniques? There are several different methods that are used to perform the data mining task. Each data mining techniques include the different algorithms to perform these different tasks, and all these algorithms attempt to fit a model of to the data. The algorithm checks out the data and decides a model that the nearest to the characteristics of the data being checked. General classification of the data mining techniques and the task is depicted in this figure. It is clear from the picture that tasks can be divided into the one of the two categories. One is the predictive and another one is the descriptive. When a task considers the historical data to predict what will happen in the future, then the task is known as the predictive. And when a task considers some given data and detects the patterns in it, it is known as the descriptive. And the individual task can be used in the combination to obtain the more sophisticated and the knowledgeable data mining applications. Then we can see here under the category of predictive data mining techniques, classification, regression, time series analysis, and the predictions are here. And under the category descriptive, clustering, summarization, association rules, and the sequence discovery are here. Now we will go through these different classification techniques in brief. First one is the classification. Classification can be defined as the process of making a model or the function that explains the differentiate that explain and differentiate the data classes or the concepts, and the instances for which class labels are known as training data. The models are prepared based on the analysis of these training data. The learned model then is used to predict the classes of the future data instances for which the class labels are unknown. This is often referred to as the predictive task, and the model discovery is obtained by analysis of a supervised data set. Then under the category of descriptive data mining task, we will go through the clustering technique. It is the type of the learning that is of an unsupervised type. The main aim of the clustering method is to group the data objects according to some measure of the similarity, so that the data objects in one group or the cluster are highly similar to the another while being very different from the data objects belonging to the remaining clusters. In other words, the aim is to maximize the intra-class similarity and minimize the inter-class similarity. Then the next important data mining technique is the association rule mining or the association rules. The association rule mining is one of the major data mining techniques and used for the uncovering novel and the interesting relationships among the data objects in the databases. And association mining involves the two steps, namely frequent pattern discovery and the rule construction. Then the next important data mining technique is the prediction. In most of the real world data mining applications, prediction of the future data states are based on past and the current data. Prediction task can be considered as a type of the classification, and it is a data mining task and different from the prediction models. Although the prediction task is a type of prediction model, the difference is that the prediction is predicting a future state instead of a current state. And prediction application involves the flooding, pattern recognition, speech recognition, or the machine learning, etc. Then the next is regression. A data item can be mapped to a real value predicting variable by using the regression. And it includes the learning of the function that does this mapping. It is assumed that the target data fit into some known functions like linear, logistic, etc. and then decides the best function that can model the given data. Regression analysis or the methodology that is generally used for the numeric prediction. Then the next is the time series analysis. In time series analysis, the value of an attribute that varies over time is examined, and these values are obtained generally as evenly spaced time points like daily, weekly, hourly, etc. A time series can be visualized using a time series plot. Then the remaining one is the summarization. Summarization maps data into the subsets with associated basic and simple description. It takes out or derives the information from the database, and this may be done by actually taking out the portion of data, or the alternatively summary type information can be retrieved from the data like mean of numeric attributes. Then summarization is also known as the characterization and the generalization. Then the last is sequence discovery. It is also a data mining technique, and it uncovers the relationships among the data. Sequential analysis is used to determine sequencing pattern in data, and these obtained patterns are based on time sequence of the actions. These patterns are like associations in the data that is based on the time, and it also may be referred as the sequential analysis. Then the main point of our lecture is the wireless sensor network data mining approaches. The data mining is a process of finding valid patterns in the knowledge from the huge amount of data. A data source may include the database, data warehouse, the web, the information repository, or the data that are streamed into the system dynamically. Hence, it may be concluded that the data may be collected or streamed for mining. In order to apply data mining on sensor data, model of computation should be determined. Here, we can also say that the data mining techniques that are used for wireless sensor network data can be written as the wireless sensor network data mining techniques, and the data mining for WSN may follow two approaches. As we can see here, these are the centralized approach and distributed approach. This figure shows the sliced approach of the data mining for wireless sensor network, and this is the simplest way for analysis of the wireless sensor network data. In this approach, the whole data of the WSN are collected at the central site or the sync node, and offline data mining is applied on this collected or the aggregated data. It is traditional data mining approach. When the size of the wireless sensor networks will be increased, the huge amount of the data will be transferred to the central site. So high consumption of energy and the bandwidth, its major drawback. Also, it is not scalable. Then here we can see in the figure shows that the traditional data warehouse based architecture for data mining can be applied here, and this data mining model works on the regularly uploaded data in the warehouse for subsequent centralized data mining application, and this is the centralized approach of the data mining part. Then next one is the distributed data mining framework. Here also we can see the figure, and it shows different things. When sensor node of wireless sensor networks are monitoring continuously data for critical event, then the central collection of data from the sensor node will create heavy traffic with drain of the amount of the power from the devices. With the help of the distributed approach of the data mining and communication, load and battery power across the sensor nodes can be reduced. And this framework is completely different from the centralized approach of mining. Here, the data mining is applied on data streams that are coming online. It accomplishes the data mining operations based on the type and the available distributed resources. Processing ability of sensor nodes are used locally, and transmission of only required or the partially processed data takes place, which prepares the local model. In this approach, an intermediate node known as the aggregator is used to aggregate or collect the data from the sensor nodes, and the main challenge in this approach is to satisfy mining accuracy with maintaining low computational cost, communication overhead, and memory. And in this figure, we can see the data mining, distributed data mining approach. In this approach, the sense data from the sensor nodes can be homogeneous or the heterogeneous. When sensor nodes are sense single value attribute, it is homogeneous, and when sense multiple attributes, it is homogeneous. Due to the high data arrival rate, one scan algorithm is used to real-time processing in the distributed approach, but offline multi-scan data mining techniques are applied on collected data at single site in central approach for data analysis. If computation constraint, communication costs are the area of interest, we can get local results by processing all the data locally, and final results can be obtained from the root by combining the local results. Many types of the applications are benefited from the wireless sensor networks data mining techniques. Some of them are the environmental monitoring or the habitat monitoring, or there are so many object tracking or the wireless performance, etc. And it is observed that the most of the techniques use the synthetics dataset for simulation to validate the results, and it is also observed that the most of the work used the simulation because of the limited processing power of wireless of sensor nodes. And in our in this work, we can see that wireless sensor network data mining by using the distributed data mining approach is more difficult than the centralized approach. The properties of node in wireless sensor network data mining. What will be the property? The first one is the connectivity, and there may be two possible communication between the sensor node and the sync node. The single hop or the multi-hop communication. In single hop communication, there is a direct communication between the sensor node and the base station. And in multi-hop communication, sending node takes help of another node to transmit data to the sync node. And the implementation of single hop communication is simple and easy, but can cover limited communication distance, whereas multiple communication is more complex. Then next is the mobility. The nodes may be static or with mobility. The complexity of designing a data mining technique can be increased in distributed approach with node mobility. Usually static sensor nodes are preferred, and node mobility is considered only by the few techniques. Role of nodes. A sensor node can perform the different roles. These are the regular, it may be the regular sensor, or it may be the cluster head, or it may be the relay. What are the regular sensor? It simply senses the physical phenomena and sends the sense data to the base station, but it is with limited resources. What is cluster head? The cluster head is a regular sensor node in the case of the centralized approach, and it performs aggregation of the collected sensors data in distributed approach. Then the next form may be the relay. The transmission of data packets from one node to another is done by this. All these are here. Then the node task. Sensor node is centralized in a centralized approach, senses the data and sends it to the base station. But sensor node in distributed approach can perform some computation and can take required action also based on the detected target or the phenomenon. Then what are the challenges we are saying that distributed data mining is more complicated. So what are the challenges in the distributed data mining? First one is the resource constraint. The sensor nodes have limited power, memory, communication bandwidth, and the computational power as resources. So we can say there is a resource constraint in the distributed data mining. To give good performance with maintaining resource optimization in wireless sensor network is the main challenge for distributed data mining technique or the distributed data mining approach. The next one is the fast and the huge data arrival. Data generated by the wireless sensor network is very huge and its arrival rate is faster than we are able to mine. So the next challenge for the data mining of wireless sensor network data stream is how to manage these continuous fast and changing data streams, and also how to manage user interaction with the high speed data arrival. Next one is the online mining. Most of the data mining techniques mine and analyze offline data and don't meet the need of handling distributed stream data. So the next challenge for the data mining techniques is to process distributed streaming of data online. Then next one is the data transformation is the next challenge. That means the transformation of original data over the network is not feasible. Knowledge structure transformation is significant point of the concentration in the data mining. Once model and the patterns are extracted from the wireless sensor network, the output data are transferred to the base station. The challenge for the data mining technique is the representation of data and uncovered patterns over the network transmission. Then the next challenge is the dynamic network topology. Sensor nodes with mobility may move to the different locations over time. Such type of dynamicity extends the complexity of the designing and appropriate data mining technique for wireless sensor network. So this was my today's topic. Thank you for listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, madam, for your informative talk and sparing your valuable time for us. Now the next resource person is Dr. Anil Sharma. Dr. Sharma is working as assistant professor in Department of Information Technology, Government PG College, Kabir Dham, Chhattisgarh. The topic of his talk is an appraisal of mobility in wireless sensor networks. Dr. Sharma is an active researcher and his area of research includes the wireless sensor and big data analysis. Over to you, Dr. Sharma.
डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी, आचार्य पंत श्री गृंद मुनीनाम साहेब, गवर्नमेंट पीजी कॉलेज कमरधा, डिस्ट्रिक्ट कबीरधाम, छत्तीसगढ़. This is second international e-conference on emerging trends in computer science, organized by Department of Computer Science, Government VBSD Girls PG College, Jashpur, Nagar, Jashpur, Chhattisgarh. It is my great pleasure for inviting me in this conference. First, I would like to express a lot of thanks to patron of this e-conference, Dr. Denius Minj sir, Principal of Government PG College, Jashpur. Convener of this program, Dr. A.K. Dwivedi sir, co-convener Dr. P.K. Singh sir, and all the entire team of this e-conference. Thanks to all of you. Now, I would like to present my work, an appraisal of mobility in wireless sensor network. This is the outline content of my work: introduction, wireless sensor network, mobility in wireless sensor network, implementation environment, conclusion, and future work. Then references. Now we know that in recent era, wireless sensor networks are considered among emerging technology through a new popular paradigm in research and in the industries that is called Internet of Things, IoT. Modern research on sensor networks are started by DARPA in the 1980 under the Distributed Sensor Network programs. We can see that in this figure, the number of sensor nodes are deployed and data can be forwarded through the gateway sensor node to the base stations, and finally we have received by using internet or satellites. Wireless sensor networks is consisting of specially distributed autonomous devices using wireless sensors to cooperatively monitoring and collecting data. In recent years, the concept of mobility support has become an important requirement in various wireless sensor network applications. In this figure, we can see that global IoT sensor market revenue. The next generation's internet, commonly referred as Internet of Things, depict a world populated by an endless number of smart devices that are able to sense, process, react to the environment, cooperate, and intercommunicate via the internet. Now, we will discuss about the concept of mobility in wireless sensor networks. In recent years, mobility has become an important area of research for the wireless sensor network community. The main reason for which mobility was introduced in wireless sensor network is increase the network lifetime. The most important thing is routing in this area. Routing in mobile wireless sensor network become more difficult because of the frequent path failure and unpredictable topology changes, which may increase packet loss and packet delay. Therefore, it can be concluded that the routing protocol used when introducing mobility to wireless sensor network has a great impact on the network performance. There are so many advantages of mobile wireless sensor networks over static networks, that is dynamic topology, lifetime of sensor network can be increased using mobile sensor node. Mobility can reduce energy consumptions during communications. It is also more channel capacity as compared to static wireless sensor networks. It provides better targeting, can be achieved using mobile wireless sensor networks. Here we will discuss the impact of mobility on routing mechanism. When we add the concept of mobility in wireless sensor networks, especially in the case of routing, the following factors have affect the overall performance of routing of entire network, and in the case of mobile networks, it becomes more difficult to maintain the performance of networks. These are the factors: packet loss ratio, packet delivery ratio, routing overhead, increase average in-to-end delay, power consumptions, route stability, variation in throughput, congestion, contention, variation in routing load. Especially in case of routing is a mobile wireless sensor network is one of the demanding issue of the recent years. The dynamic nature of mobile wireless sensor networks introduce various challenges like data management, accuracy, precision, coverage area, routing protocol, and localization, and so on. Routing is an important factor in case of wireless sensor networks when we add the concept of mobility. our work have implemented through the following softwares and tools. These are first, Instant Contiki Operating System 2.6. Contiki operating system is a lightweight open source operating system written in C language, especially for wireless sensor node. Second is Kuja Simulator. Because sensor nodes are costly and we use the simulation environment for this work, Kuja is a Java-based simulator designed for simulating sensor networks running the Contiki sensor network operating system. VMware Player 3.1.3 is a virtual computer systems is known as virtual machine. For graphic presentations, we have used a graph generator MATLAB 13A to generate graphs based on the experimental data to analyze and presentations. Here we can see that the performance evaluation and analysis through this scenario 1. In this table, sensor network simulation parameters, these are parameters and their value. Operating systems, network simulator, simulation time, radio environment, type of emulated nodes, number of sync, routing protocol, transmission range, minimum, maximum clock time, threshold and mobility models. We can change the number of parameters and their value as per our requirements. Here we have implemented and evaluated the packet loss ratio in case of mobility. Packet loss ratio in terms of sensor node speed. We know that packet loss occurs when one or more packets of data traveling across a computer network fail to reach their destination. Packet loss is typically caused by network congestions. Packet loss is measured as a percentage of packets lost with respect to packet sent. Here we evaluated the packet loss ratio in 3 terms. First term is a sensor node speed. We investigated this issue by varying the speed of mobile nodes of 1 meter per second, 3 meter per second, and 5 meter per second. We can see that in table 2, packet loss ratio with 1 meter per second. First column represent to a number of sensor nodes. Second column represent to the existing techniques, that is original trickle, and third column is proposed techniques, improved trickles. Here we can see that whenever the number of nodes will increase, the packet loss ratio is low. When number of nodes is 10, here we can see that in existing techniques, the packet loss ratio is 0.43, and our proposed techniques where the concept of mobility is added, here the value of packet loss ratio is 0.29, means the existing techniques is provide a more loss ratio than our proposed techniques. Finally, we can say that our proposed technique is better performance than existing techniques. Table 3 represent to the packet loss ratio with 3 meter per second. Same as here, we can see when the number of sensor nodes will grow, the packet loss ratio is low. The table is represented in form of graphs, which is generated by MATLAB software. the number of nodes, x-axis and y-axis is a packet loss ratio. The blue lines indicate to existing techniques and red lines represent to the proposed techniques. Here we can see our proposed techniques is better than existing. These tables represent the summary of result in packet loss ratio with different speed of sensor nodes. In case of 1 meter per second, 3 meter per second, 5 meter per second, all sensor node speed, our proposed improved trickle is provide a better performance than existing. Here existing is 2.995. Our proposed technique provide 1.667. Same as here in 3 meter and 5 meters. Second terms of packet loss ratio is a number of DAG routes, directed acyclic graph. When we put a 1 DAG route, 2 DAG route, 3 DAG routes, here we can see our proposed techniques gets a better performance than existing. This is a graph generated according to this table. Summary of result for packet loss ratio with different number of DAG routes. In this table demonstrate that packet loss ratio is reduced when the number of DAG routes increase in both proposed and existing techniques. Thus, our proposed techniques outperform than the existing algorithm. Third term is transmission rate. Here we evaluate the packet loss ratio in terms of packet transmission rate. We varied the transmission rate from 10 to 50 packets per minute and measured the packet loss ratio. This table number 8 represents the packet loss ratio with 10 packets per meter. Table 9 is 30 packets per meter. Both tables provide the values of packet loss ratio in existing techniques and proposed techniques. In this table, we can say that our proposed technique provide a better performance than existing. Finally, in the section of conclusion, we can say that in this research work, we have proposed a new technique and enhancement of existing algorithm, that is original trickle, using effective timer that support fully random mobility within standard RPL protocols. We have used RPL protocol for performance evaluation. RPL means routing protocol for low power and lossy networks. Our simulation results demonstrate that our proposed technique offers better performance in terms of packet loss ratio compared to existing. Thus, from the result obtained in the experiments, we can say that mobility is the major factor to impact the performance of routing protocol in wireless sensor networks, and proved that mobile wireless sensor networks outperform than static wireless sensor networks in this parameter. In future works, it will be interesting to further enhance the performance of mobile wireless sensor networks to achieve enhanced energy efficiency and low power in order to save more energy. Quality of service, network delay, and security for application in mobile wireless sensor networks needs to explode, and appropriate algorithm need to be developed. It will implement in real sensor devices and test the network performance based on experiment in realistic uses scenario. Experimental results will help us make further improvement. These are the references of this research work. And thank you so much
for your lecture and sparing your valuable time with us. Now the next resource person is Mrs. Neha Tikariha. Mrs. Neha is working as assistant professor at Government JY Chhattisgarh College, Raipur. And the topic of her talk is I study on cryptography and crypto analysis. So on behalf of organizing committee, I would like to call Mrs. Neha for her talk. Over to you, Mrs. Neha.
On cryptography and cryptanalysis. This is used in network security, cyber security, data security concept. Why network security is important? In our daily life, every day secure, sensitive and financial records are transmitted over unsecure network. So our security concern is very important. Cryptography is an important aspect when we deal with network security. Without the cryptography, it would be a big problem. Cryptology is the combination of two terms, cryptography and cryptanalysis. We will discuss further about the cryptanalysis. Now we discuss about the cryptography. Crypto means secret or hidden. Graphy means writing. So common term of cryptography is secret writing. Formal definition of cryptography is the study and application of techniques that hide the real meaning of information by transforming it into non-human readable formats and vice versa. Common security requirements. Confidentiality information can only be accessed by the person for whom it is intended and no other person can access it. Integrity, that means information cannot be altered by anyone else. Non-repudiation, sender cannot deny that he sent that messages. Authentication, sender and receiver both agree upon their identification. This is the simple model of cryptographic techniques. You can say there, this is the sender, this is the receiver, they agree upon transmitting the information. Sender has a message that is called the plain text. In cryptographic technique, original message, that means message or information, is called the plain text. And sender applies some encryption algorithm to generate it a unreadable format of data. Unreadable format of data that is called the cipher text. So plain text as an input applied on the encryption algorithm with the help of encryption key generate cipher text that travel over the unsecure network. There may be some attackers are there. So cipher text received by the receiver apply decryption algorithm, that is the opposite of encryption algorithm, with the help of decryption key, and finally he generate plain text, that means original message. Components of the cryptography, these are the plain text means original message, encryption algorithm that is applied by the sender with the help of encryption key. Algorithm is a technique, and generate Ciphertext. Ciphertext means unreadable scrambled version of plain text, unreadable format of data, converted form of data. Decryption algorithm that is applied by the receiver with the help of decryption key. That means the for the decryption algorithm, ciphertext input as a ciphertext and decryption key, and output as a plain text. Encryption key. Encryption key is a value applied by the sender. Decryption key is a value, any number or maybe a character applied by the receiver. This is the some traditional example of the cryptography technique. If anyone want to send a message, secret code to their friend, suppose hello, it may be converted into another form. So person want to convert it into unreadable format that anyone not able to understand. So he applies some shifting of letters, 3 letter shifted. A becomes D, B becomes E, C becomes F, just like that. And after sending, after receiving by the receiver, it converted into the khur. Hello is converted into the khur. That is not readable but not understandable by the any other persons. And receiver know the key, and he can decrypt the plain text. Types of cipher. Basically two types of cipher. Block cipher. Our messages are in the form of bits. So instead of taken whole bits, it will be converted into a blocks of bits. So taken just like a 16 bits, 8 bits, 32 bits taken. AES, DES algorithm uses block cipher type of technique. This is the example of block cipher working. Plain text is divided into blocks, block 1, block 2, block 3, and each block is converted into the ciphertext separately. Stream cipher, instead of taking a block, taking 1 bit as a plain text and converted into the ciphertext. Plain text and ciphertext. 0010101101 is converted into the ciphertext bit by bit. One thing is important, that number of zeros and ones should be equal in plain text and ciphertext both. Transposition ciphers. In transposition ciphers, our messages is divided into columns, and our messages are read this form. Meet me after party is converted into the columns, and these columns can be altered, shifted. 1 2 3 4. 4 can be a first column, 2 can be second column, this like, and our message corresponding column data will taken, and this message will be converted into a unreadable format, not understandable format. Substitution ciphers, in which unit of plain text are replaced with ciphertext, not taken whole bits or whole characters, just taken only parts of bits, maybe a single letter, maybe a pair of letter, triplets of letter, and so on. 3 types of cryptographic techniques are in general: symmetric cryptography, asymmetric cryptography, and hashing technique. Symmetric cryptography, in which sender and receiver both uses the same key for encryption and decryption. It is also called secret key cryptography. Digital encryption standard triple DES, IDEA, and Blowfish uses symmetric cryptography technique. This is the common structure of symmetric cryptography, in which same key is used by sender and receiver to encrypt and decrypt. Common example of symmetric cryptography is DES, Data Encryption Standard, developed by the National Institute of Standard and Technology. DES uses 16 rounds, 64-bit plain text, 64-bit length of key. This is the structure of DES. 64-bit plain text taken as an input, then apply initial permutation, and after the initial permutation 16 rounds are going on. In each round key is used, that is taken from the 56-bit cipher keys, and after the 16 rounds final permutation applied and then generate 64-bit cipher text. Advanced Encryption Standard AES algorithm established by the National Institute of Standard and Technology. This is also a common type of symmetric cryptography. It is also a block cipher. Size will be 128, 192, 256 bits. It is applied in which AES algorithm substitution permutation network principles are applied. That means involve some replacements, shuffling of inputs data. Asymmetric cryptography. Asymmetric cryptography means key pair are used. That is, one is private key and one is public key. Public key is known to everyone and private key remain private. The most important thing in the secret asymmetric key cryptography to maintain the security of private key. Digital signature, key exchange techniques, secure socket layer protocols used asymmetric cryptography techniques. This is a structure of asymmetric cryptography or public key cryptography. It is also called public key cryptography. Public key is used to encrypt the data and generate cipher text. Then private key is used to decrypt the data and generate a plain text. RSA, I'm going to discuss in a short RSA algorithm. RSA algorithm named after their inventors Ron Revist, Adi Samir and Leonard Edelman. It is a asymmetric cryptography technique. Key generation process is very long to understand. I am discussing about very shortly. Two large prime number are taken randomly, P and Q, and multiply them like a n is equal to P and Q, and then choose a number E less than n such that P minus Q, E is equal to P minus Q and Q minus E. Choose E such that E is greater than 1 and less than phi n. Phi n, this is the phi n, P minus 1 and Q minus 1. And generate cipher text as a C is equal to M e to the M is a plain text. E already generated by above steps mod n, and then finally after the cipher text, plain text is generated from this method, this technique. M is equal to C to the power D mod n. D is a private key. D is calculated some like so you can understand this whole process. When you want to watch, I will share this presentation. I'm not going to discuss more about this algorithm because I have not too much time. Comparison criteria for cryptographic technique. Various cryptographic techniques are compared based on these criteria. First is CPU processing speed for encrypting and decrypting data, speed to generate the key size, what is the key size, security considerations, what are the security considerations, efficient on the hardware and software in case of implementation, the amount of memory required to hold the data in encryption process, number of users accommodated by the model, time required by the model to recover the data in case of key failure, time available to the hacker to produce various types of attacks. Complexity of the algorithm techniques is the most important criteria. Complexity of algorithm techniques. I'm comparing. There is a comparison among various types of cryptographic techniques based on some criteria. Algorithm created by year, key size, block size, rounds, how many rounds are applied on this algorithm, structure, what is their structure, which type of technique follows, and their features. DES created by IBM, 16-bit block size, round 16s, structure is fiscal, features not strong enough. DH, Diffie-Hellman, RSA, Ravi-Semer, Edelman, triple DES, RC4, RC2, Blowfish, AES. You can see what is happening after comparing. This is the main point, main column, features. Good security and low speed in Diffie-Hellman technique. Excellent security and low speed in RSA technique. Good and fast security, RC2. Security is excellent. It is the best in security and encryption performance. Which algorithm? AES algorithm. So next technique of cryptography is hashing, hash function. Hash functions are extremely useful and appear in almost all information security applications. Hash is a mathematical function that converts arbitrary length of input to a fixed length of value. And one important thing, there is no key is used. In this algorithm, no key is used. After applying through the hash function, a hash value is generated, that is also called message digest, hash values, or checksums. So data encrypted with hashing cannot be deciphered or reversed back. That means if we apply hashing function, some decryption, some ciphertext is generated, not so much of called a ciphertext. You can say hash value message digest compressed of message generated from the hashing function, and this is not reversible. So that's why hashing is used only as a method of verifying data. Most common hashing algorithms are MD5, message digest 5, SHA 256. This is the common structure of hash value. Message, any length of message passing through the hash function, and hash value is generated. If we want to verify our value, our data, sender converts the passes through the hashing function, hashing algorithm, and generate hash value, message digest, or compressed form of message that cannot be reversible. And receiver also process just like that, same process followed by the receiver, and both hash value is compared with each other. If the both value is equal, then message is same. That means guarantee of a message is same, otherwise message is not same. Features of hash function. Fixed length output. Any length of input can be converted into a fixed length of output. Efficiency of operation. It is a very fast. Some applications of hashing. It is used in digital signature, digital fingerprints, saving password verification, used to verify the integrity of files, logging sensitive data. In your daily life, you use Gmail or any mail server to interact, to communicate your friends or sending some messages. So you have to log in with your passwords. Your password, you know your password, and server also has your passwords. So in this case, you can they apply hashing technique to verify their passwords. Server side generate a hash value of your passwords, and you put your password, and both generated as a hash value and compared each other. Cryptanalysis. Next topic is cryptanalysis. Just like a cryptography is the technique of securing our information, cryptanalysis is the opposite. Cryptanalysis is the science, sometimes the arts, of breaking crypto system or cryptographic techniques. Cryptanalysis is the study of ciphertext trying to decrypt the encrypted messages. Cryptanalysts seek to decrypt ciphertext without knowledge of the plaintext source. Cryptanalysis, that means the breaking the ciphertext, study of ciphertext. Cryptanalysis is basically of study of ciphertext. Cryptanalysis also target secure hashing technique, digital signatures, and other cryptographic algorithms. The success of cryptanalysis attacks depends on if anyone want to decrypt our messages. Some hackers may be there. Some criteria is there: amount of time available, computing power available, storage capacity available. What type of amount time available, how much time available, what type of computing power available, storage capacity, how much. Commonly used cryptanalysis attacks. Ciphertext only attack. If attacker know only about the ciphertext, he want to decrypt the message, then he has to find out the plaintext and encryption key. Known plaintext attack. Attackers only know about the plaintext and ciphertext and want to find out encryption key to decrypt the message. Chosen plaintext attacks, chosen ciphertext attacks, main in middle attacks, burst force attacks. This type of algorithms that try to guess all the possible type of combination of plain text. Burst force attack, all possible combinations of plain text are searched, then generate ciphertext, which are then ciphered, means converted into the ciphertext and compared against the original ciphertext. Dictionary attacks. Some cryptographic and cryptanalysis tools. Cryptools is there, Evercrack, Cryptol, Alpha Peter, Giffers. These are the some cryptanalysis tools in which we can apply cryptographic, means we can secure our message and also can decrypt our messages. Who uses cryptanalysis? Government agencies as well as private sector companies hire cryptanalysts to ensure their network are secure and sensitive data transmitted through their computer network is encrypted. It is also used by some hackers, crackers, independent researchers, and academicians who search for weaknesses in cryptographic protocols and algorithms. The summary of my presentation is cryptography refers to the study of codes which involve both writing and solving. Writing means providing security, and cracking means opposite of the to find out the original message, plain text. Cryptography provide more security but not provide total security. It is the responsibility of ourselves to continue ensure about our security of our messages, our information. And the finally difference between the cryptography and cryptanalysis. Cryptography is a technique of trying to secure our messages, and cryptanalysis is just opposite, trying to break the secure messages. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, Neha madam, for your nice presentation. And on behalf of organizing committee, we are thankful to you for your presentation. Now the next resource person is Mr. Kumar Prabhakar. Mr. Kumar Prabhakar is working as technical project manager in a USA based company, and he is having more than 13 years of experience in software development and information technology, strategy and project management. Now he is going to deliver metaverse, and this metaverse is the next evolution of social connection. So I think this topic will be beneficial to all the participants of this international conference. And I, Dr. Prasant Kumar Singh, on behalf of Department of Computer Science, Government VVSD Girls College, Jashpur, and organizing committee of this two days international e-conference, would like to thank Mr. Kumar Prabhakar that he gave his consent for this e-conference, and for sharing his valuable time and knowledge. So, and this is really a matter of privilege for all of us as members of organizing committee, as well as for all the participants, that we are going to hear on a very new topic, that is metaverse. Over to you, Mr. Prabhakar.
IMC, Florida, USA. And these are the agenda we are going to discuss. We are going to discuss science and technology new and we name it as a metaverse. And in this conference, we will discuss about what is metaverse, who invented this, how it will work, and what are the opportunities, benefit of this metaverse. Moving to the next slide. And these are the normal and very popular technologies we are using. And many developers are working on these technology like C, C++, .NET, Java, PHP, Node, Angular, React, and many. And we have another technology called blockchain. And blockchain is also one of the new technology available in the market. And blockchain is one of the concepts from the blockchain called crypto. This is also going to be used in the metaverse. And in this conference, we are going to discuss the future technology, which is metaverse. Now, moving to the next slide. And in this slide, we will discuss about what is metaverse. So metaverse, if you split this name, then this will become meta and verse. So what is called meta? Meta means beyond what you think, beyond what you can imagine. And verse means universe. So it means that what you think, what you are imagining in the universe where you are living. So this is beyond the imagination. So this metaverse is a virtual world that user in a next phase of the internet, and that is that we call it next phase of the internet. The metaverse is a hypothesized iteration of the internet, supporting persistent online 3D virtual environment through conventional personal computing, as well as virtual and augmented reality headsets, metaverse in some limited form. Have already been implemented in video games such as Second Life. So some of you have already experienced the video game where you are putting the glasses on your head, like you can see in this picture, and you can play some game, and where you are just putting the glass, and one virtual game is coming in front of your eyes, and based on that, you can start playing it virtually. Like if you want to play the cricket, then you will see that some virtual baller is throwing ball on you, and you can physically movement your head or bat, and you can just hit the ball from that bat, and that will go to somewhere, maybe boundary or somewhere. And this video gaming is just a very sample of this metaverse. Moving to the next slide. So who has invented this metaverse? So metaverse has invented by Neil Stephenson. And Neil Stephenson is not a scientist. He is just an author, and who has written a novel called Snow Crash, as you can see in this picture. And in the Snow Crash, he had just imagined, like many people from you and us can imagine any character who has a different capacity. Like we have multiple movies, multiple things where you can just imagine that if some character is having that much capability, then what they can do. Like for an example, if I tell you one of the Indian movie called Robo, or Robo, where the star was having some of the extra capabilities, or you can say the one of the Rajnikant movie name, where he was a robot or something, where he was the author had just imagined that if a machine can start feeling their like a human feel their emotion, so what will happen? So they have just envisioned it, they have just imagined it, and they have written that on the book. And then some of the director or producer started making picture on that. The same way, this author Neil Stephenson has written a book, and that is a very long time ago, almost in 1992. He has written in a book, and from there, someone has picked up that concept, and they started working on that. And you can also see there is a using this novel. Some of the movie has already been made. Like one of the very famous movie called Matrix. I believe that you guys have must seen this movie. This is very popular, and this is very popular, and this is very good movie. So I believe that you must have watched this. So this movie concept was taken from this novel called Snow Crash. And after that, after many years, the founder of the Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, has also taken that word, and they also started working on it. So now you must have seen some of the news from the tech that Facebook owner Mark Zuckerberg has said that now he is going to change his company name called Meta, and using this Meta, they are going to work for the rest of the sister companies. So this author called Neil Stephenson has created this word, and with the coining of terms of metaverse in 1992, as I said, and this was a science fiction novel, Snow Crash, in which he envisioned life like Avatar, and Avatar is one of the also movie which we can call it metaverse, who met in a realistic 3D building and other virtual reality environment. So this Neil Stephenson has invented and used that word very first time, metaverse. Now moving to this next slide, and how it is going to work. I am also going to show you one video, and before going to the video, I would like to give you the brief idea how it is going to work. The same way as I have said that the video game, the video virtual game, what if you have played, the same way it will work, and it will help many of us in terms of many things. Like let's say for an example, if you nowadays we are also started working on remotely from the home. So if this metaverse will come some reality, then you will be at home and you will have all the feelings like you are working in the office. So the same way this metaverse will work, and you will be at home physically, and virtually you will feel like you are working in the office. So let me show you one of the video which will give you the clarity, the idea how it is going to work. So let me show you how it is work. So enjoy this video.
But Meta, formerly known as Facebook, Microsoft, and more, are defining it as the virtual world that is the next phase of the internet. In this world, we have digital versions of ourselves, or avatars.
We call this the metaverse. You're going to be able to do almost anything you can imagine. Get together with friends, family, work, learn, play, shop.
So I decided, why wait? And stupidly, I dared myself to visit the metaverse for a full 24 hours in its current, not so great state. In fact, Meta and others will tell you that the metaverse isn't even here yet. But the best way to see the start of it is through virtual reality. And since I didn't want to pop into a headset with my kids running around, I packed my bags and moved to the Holiday Inn Express around the corner. I set a few rules. The headset can come off to eat and go to the bathroom. Yes, I attempted to sleep with it on. I checked my phone only if it was urgent. I had notifications coming into the Oculus Quest 2
So you can
headset,
see
which is made by Meta.
this Meta will also let your cell phone use, and using, if you are in the virtual world, you will still be able to see your phone and other personal belongings.
It's about to be 6 p.m., which is the start of my metaverse journey. I've got 2 headsets in case of technical issues, lots of apps and other things preloaded for different parts of the day and night. What could go wrong?
Welcome to Beat Saber. Now cut the cube in the arrow direction and match the color. That was too soon. Wait for the beat. Wrong direction. Wrong direction.
Which is very mean. I started with games.
So now you can see this is something like you already have experience like virtual video gaming. Like as you can see, this lady is holding one stick, and using that stick, she is just cutting the blocks. So the same way, this is already real, and many people have already used it. But the metaverse is beyond that. You can just see this.
Since right now they're the most popular use of VR. And while many games allow you to play with others, I had no real friends to play Beat Saber with that evening. So I decided to go elsewhere for some social interaction. Altspace VR, an app that allows you to hang out with other avatars in virtual venues. Okay, I'm going to customize my avatar for a night out. Yes, in the metaverse, I could have short hair.
So now you can see this metaverse settings she is doing. She is just creating an avatar who is going to virtually. So basically, if I give you more concept on this, so basically, let's say if you are in India and you want to physically go in the US, so nowadays we can just call and do the video calls where your 3D your 2D image can also go in the US or some part of the world. But using this metaverse, your 3D image will go virtually to any part of the world.
I wasn't exactly prepared for what would happen next. Firefox? As soon as I was in the public area, I started hearing people
Now you can
talk.
see that the avatar has created, and this lady has gone to the park where she can start listening the audio, like many others has already gone this park, so they can start hearing the real word what that people is saying virtually.
That and apparently there are no masks in the metaverse. I was dropped into an area with lots of trippy little Lego-looking people, and I attempted to interview them. Hey, goodness! Oh wow! I want to learn what you guys do in here.
So.
Hey, goodness! Oh wow! I want to learn.
So you can see here, she is physically present here, but now she is in the virtual world where people like her is already here, and these people can interact here, which is the real.
What you guys do in here?
something that you do in the real world.
I had really made friends forever when they asked me to go to a comedy club by clicking on this portal thing. The club was so obviously fake, but my presence in it and the presence of all these other people felt really real. You guys have wine?
Yeah, of course. Wine. Everything you want to be fun.
I even felt awkward when the comedian hit on my avatar.
Oh, here we go. I'm trying to be.
I spent a good amount of time in alt space and came away thinking it's like an AOL chat room, evolved, which I'm not sure is a good or a bad thing. It's oddly relaxing and peaceful. And I could lie to you and tell you I slept with the headset on the whole night, but we have it. My web browser. Wall Street Journal website over here. And had breakfast at the foot of Machu Picchu with a llama in the National Geographic app.
So you can see this lady is physically present in the home, but she is there in the National Geographic Park.
Animals that have 4 legs in the metaverse. And then I had a pretty fun and intense workout.
Ready for your first flow workout.
Now you can see these two are on the virtual in the virtual world, and now they can do yoga, exercise, many other things. You can say.
Types of workouts you can do in Supernatural, which involve everything from doing lunges to using controllers to hit targets. This working out in the metaverse is great. I got so into it, I actually lost track of time.
I have a meeting in spatial in 1 minute. I need to change crap.
Yes, meetings in the metaverse are a thing. Hi, Aaron. I'm Joanna. Nice to meet you.
So here, virtually you can also do the meeting, as I said before.
The idea is that instead of Zoom, you chat as avatars. My first meeting was in an app called Spatial, and of course, it required a different avatar. Yes, that's my actual face on a floating torso. I met up with the co-founder of Spatial, Anand Argawala, in an NFT art gallery, with works from Ken Kelleher, aka Anchorball, on display. This is a great stuff because it turns out I'm in an NFT art gallery, which sounds like the metaverse to me.
Heck yeah, I mean, you can't get more metaversey than a, pixelated dog or these crazy heads and stuff or these beautiful sculptures.
We also went to a campfire where I asked him about the lack of legs.
Right, the headset tracks your head and your hands, and so we can make it do realistic stuff. What are my legs supposed to do? We can't actually detect the signal from your legs. Legs are coming soon.
I quickly had to jump from that meeting to another meeting as another avatar in Horizon Workroom, app made by Meta, formerly known as Facebook. I see. So it's kind of like you got to really put it on the board. You even invite people from the real version who happen to be on your webcam. And there was this real feeling of presence in the room. Felt like I was actually sitting across from my editor, Wilson, in this meeting.
I see Ghostbusters. I'm a full torso apparition of these legs.
Yes, meeting metaverse is fun if you don't do it for 4 hours on end.
So now I believe that you must have understand what is this all about. So this is going to help many people in terms of the meeting and the businesses and all. So let me give you one more example on this. So let's say just assume that you need some of the book of let's say any of the book you want, and that book is only available in, let's say, Harvard University. So using this metaverse, what you can do, you can just sit on your home, and you can just put the glass on your head, and you can virtually go to that Harvard University. You can just find out that book, and you can place that order for that book, and that university people or university library man can ship that book at your home address. So this comes from the virtual in reality. I hope this video helped you to understand what is all about. Now moving to the next slide. Opportunities. So definitely this is going to be the future. and this, as I said, that this will pick up in every industry, and this will, I mean, many industries going to use it because after this COVID situation, many people started using the virtual things. Like even as you can see, I am giving you this, this conference and all from the virtual. So let's say if one property dealing and on a reality business or industry, so people can go not directly, but virtually there, and they can buy the property from there. Now moving to the next slide, and what will be the benefits? So most of these benefits I have already covered, but this is going to give you a space where you can 3D model virtually anything, and the real world specification can be replicated via digital twin technology. As I said, that if you want to book, if you want to buy any book from the Harvard University or any other shop, not specifically with the Harvard University. So if that shop is available on this metaverse space, then you can physically go there. You can buy from there. And this is a kind of 3D space will be booked. So let's say, for an example, nowadays we are buying this internet from some of the company like Jio, Airtel or something. So the same way, Facebook or Meta will start selling those virtual space to many other businesses as well as people who both will start using it, and they can get benefited from there. With the help of the almost a complete ecosystem offered by the metaverse, you can buy, rent, flip, or even sell property in the digital world, as I said before. And ownership is through non-fungible token. This non-fungible token, I would not much stress on that, because this belongs to the blockchain, and this is a quite good concept, which we can discuss later on if needed in the blockchain session. And before going to the next, let me tell you that how you are going to buy it. So this buying this virtual space, you will not, I mean, as per the content I have gone through this metaverse. So this metaverse will only support the Bitcoin. And I believe that most of you has already have idea on the Bitcoin. And Bitcoin is very secure, and it is going on from the long time, and no one has hacked it so far. So this is the Bitcoin is will be the very secure to purchase it. So if you want to buy any virtual 3D space or any virtual space, then you will have to make transaction using the Bitcoin. I hope this session, this conference has given you a little good idea on the metaverse, and I hope this will give you some benefit in the future. That would be pretty much it, and thank you very much, and I hope you have a nice day. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Prabhakar, for your nice and informative lecture and sharing your valuable time and knowledge with us. And on behalf of organizing committee. We are very thankful to you, sir. Now, our next resource person is Professor Birendra Goswami. Professor Goswami is Dean and at the Department of Computer Science, Information Technology and Engineering and Director of Training and Placement at YBN University, Ranchi, Jharkhand. And he is a known researcher and academician. The topic of his talk is Artificial Intelligence in Teaching and Learning in Indian Classroom, a need for 21st century. This is really a very burning topic for this scenario, and on behalf of organizing committee, we are really feeling privileged that you gave your consent for this international e-conference. So I request you to kindly share your screen and be here with us for this session. And now I request to Dr. Professor Goswami for his talk. Over to you, sir. Professor Goswami is not able to join us because of some technical issues, and as soon as he will be able to join, thereafter his lecture will continue. Now the next presentation is of Mr. Sanjeev Kumar. Mr. Sanjeev Kumar is a research scholar at Sant Gahira Guru University, Sarguja, Ambikapur, and the topic of his presentation is Wireless Body Area Network, a survey on project development tools. So I invite Mr. Sanjeev Kumar for his presentation.
Government BBFG Girls, PG College, Jashpur. I would like to thank Dr. Denius Means sir, patron of the program. I heartily thankful to my supervisor, also the convener of the program, Dr. Anuj Kumar Devedi sir, Dr. PK Singh sir, co-convener of the program, and research scholars who are hereby present for the program. I am Sanjeev Kumar and I am pursuing under the kind supervision of Dr. Anuj Kumar Devedi sir from Sant Gahira Guru Vishwavidyalaya, Ambikapur. My present topic for today that I would be presenting is Wireless Body Area Network, a survey on project development tools. The aim of this survey paper is to analyze the available development tools of Wireless Body Area Network project. WBN is the emerging network where lots of projects are going on, and in future it covers a wide range of applications related to human life. WBN is basically a collective form of sensors and wireless communication technologies. As wireless technology is growing, it provides a new area of interest where researchers are working to develop technology that will help for the betterment of human life. It covers various fields like military, healthcare, sports, training, entertainment, and many more. But the majority of things are developed for healthcare. This paper presents a survey report that describes the available development tools that have been developed for wireless body area network. This diagram describes the classification of various wireless networks. It clearly seen that WBN is a class of network comes under the wireless personal area network, which is also the part of wireless local area network, and so on. Body Wide area networks are the small wireless networks that combine wide range of biological sensors which can fit in various parts of the body. These devices can accumulate human behavior, emotions, and other activities of body like temperature, fears, happiness, anxiety, movements, and many more. In real-time medical diagnosis, these devices play a vital role for gathering biological signals of the patient. The WBN comprises of body sensors that calculate the physiological element of the body and communicate data to a hub or central node. These networks are specially designed biological signals from human body. So, the working area of these networks are restricted to 3 to 5 meters. WBN is designed with special purpose sensors which can autonomously connect with various sensors and appliances located inside and outside of human body. The figure demonstrates a simple WBN architecture where the architecture is divided into several sections. Here, we have classified the network architecture into 4 sections. The first section is the WBN part, which consists of several number of sensor nodes. These nodes are cheap and low power nodes with physiological sensors placed on the human body. All the sensors can be used for continuously monitoring of movement, vital parameters like heart rate, ECG, blood pressure, etc. and surrounding environment. The next section is the coordination node, where the entire sensor node will directly connected with the coordination node known as Central Control Unit. CCU takes the responsibility to collect information from the sensor node and to deliver to the next station. The third section is the WBN communication, which will act as a gateway to transfer the information to the destination. The section will be the control center consists of each node device, each end device such as mobile phones for message, PC for monitoring, and email, and server for storing information in the database. For the standardization of WBN, a standard model is required, which would be able to address both the medical and consumer electronic applications. IEEE 802 establishes a task group called IEEE 802.15.6 for the standardization of WBN. Many international standards on wireless communication have been developed earlier. WBN technology uses existing bands which are used for industrial, medical, and scientific purposes. Simulation and emulation. Simulation is the process of copying things from the real world into a virtual environment to give an idea about how things would work. It simulates the basic behavior but does not necessarily follow all the rules of the real environment. It is provided by the device manufacturer and other companies. Its internal structure is written in some high-level languages just like C, C++, Python, and many more. Whereas emulation is the complete imitation of real things. It just operates in a virtual environment instead of real world. It is basically provided by device manufacturer and its internal and its which is very close to the computer structure. A simulator creates an environment that mimics the behavior and configuration of real device. On the other hand, an emulator duplicates all the hardware and software features of a real device. The tool for simulation is called emulator, which uses both software and equipment. All software and hardware can be implemented by emulation and which is very useful in terms of WBN network. In the view of performance, simulators are faster than emulator, but reliability of simulator is low as it cannot simulate all types of user interaction. After reviewing various literature, we have found some reason why we use simulation and emulation in designing WBN network. The WBN has become a big topic of investigation. In WBN, many network information is not finalized and uniform. It is very expensive to build a WBN testbeds as it is costly and difficult to conduct real experiments on a testbed. Simulators shall be used universally, particularly in the early stage of design and to implement wireless networks. For the researcher or testing purpose, creation of real environment of every situation is not possible in many aspects. Thus, both simulator and emulators are required because of budget, location, comfort, and the creation of virtual environment of real thing. Simulation of WBN is therefore important for the development of WBN application. Various project development tools used for wireless body area network. Wireless networks research community has mostly depended on simulation to propose and validate solution and different stages and layers of a WSN system. The high scale and real deployment of proposed WSN environment is very complex without simulation. Thus, researchers have used various platforms for their simulating needs, many of which are evolutions of wired network simulator, or they are modeling a small with new techniques or improve previous one. These tools and techniques are extensively tested and verified before it can be used in the real situation. Now, some of the development tools are discussed in the next slide. The next development tool is Castelia. Castelia is a simulator especially designed for low-power embedded devices such as wireless sensor network, body area network, etc. It is based on the Omnet++ platform, and researcher community can use this to test their distributed algorithm or protocols in wireless channel and radio models with a realistic node behavior specifically related to access of the radio frequencies. Castelia can also be used to evaluate different platform characteristics for specific applications, since it is highly parametric and can simulate a wide range of platforms. In Castelia simulator, nodes do not connect to each other directly, but through the wireless channel module as depicted in the figure, and arrow shows the flow of messages passing from one module to another. These nodes are also connected to the physical process that they monitor. For every physical process, there is one module which holds the truth on the monitor. The next is mobile. As mobility of nodes is an important characteristic of WBN network, mobile is an important tool in development of WBN application. Mobility models for body area networks have a big impact on the accuracy of simulations for wireless ad hoc and sensor networks with mobility in the network. Mobility models try to mimic the behavior of mobile nodes in stochastic patterns of node movement. The right mobility model strongly depends on the application scenario. The mobile itself is constructed by two basic control units, which are posture selector and the global movement module. On the other hand, the posture selector process determines the current posture mobility model for WBN should be able to quickly model the right movement patterns of individual nodes installed on the body as well as the whole body movement. Next is NS2 and NS3. NS2 project deal with any network project for simulation. NS2 stands for Network Simulator version 2. It is simply an open source and discrete event simulator. That means it takes information of any event over any network and then detecting it in time. NS2 has been developed in the year of 1989 using the Real Network Simulator. Now it's proposed Project Agency and National Science Foundation, which is built in object-oriented extension of tool command language and C++. Whereas the NS3 is an open source software licensed under GNU GPL2, written in C++ and offering Python buildings. Development of NS3 was started in 2006 and release are made about 3 months or so. The NS3 will become a replacement for NS2, a popular network simulator written in C++ and OTCL, which suffer from some design issue. Apart from that, NS2 is still using by various researchers because of several reasons, such as it supports for all network protocols as well as routing types, design topologies for any large network, to support parallel as well as distributed environments, etc. Next is Omnest and Omnet++. Omnest is a network simulator which is the commercial version of Omnet++. Omnest and Omnet+ are identical. Models of simulations written for Omnet++ are guaranteed to compile and run with Omnest and vice versa. Omnet++ remains for objective modular network testbed in C++. Another name of Omnet++ is Optical Micro Network Plus or Optical Modeling Network using C++. It is used only for the academic and non-profit purpose. Omnet++ is extensible, component-based C++ and modular discrete event-driven network simulation library and framework. Omnet++ is similar to NS3 it is widely used in wireless networks of sensors. Next is MATLAB. MATLAB is high-performance language for technical computing. It integrates computation, visualization, and programming in an easy-to-use environment where problems and solutions are expressed in familiar mathematical notation. Modeling, simulation, and prototyping of wireless sensor networks, data analysis, exploration and visualization, scientific and engineering graphics, application development including GUI building. MATLAB is an interactive system whose basic data element is an array that does not require any dimensioning. This allows you to solve many technical computing problems, specifically those with matrix and vector formulation, in a fraction of time it would take to write a program in a scalar, no interactive language such as C. Conclusion of the survey. There are many development tools available for WN to facilitate research and development projects. This technology is widely used for not only proving constant information about body, but can also diagnose diseases and facilitate treatments. WBN systems improves communication process and provides wide range of benefit to patients, medical personnel, and society through continuous monitoring and early detection of possible problems. This is a technology have many future possibilities to give new advancement in the field of medical science, entertainment, defense, and other important sectors. These are the references for the paper. Thank you.
Hello everyone, are you getting my voice? Okay. Should I start?
Professor Virendra Goswami has joined us. A very warm welcome to Professor Goswami. And we are really feeling privileged that he has spared his valuable time with us. And Professor Goswami is currently Dean, Department of Computer Science, Information Technology and Engineering, and he is Director of Training and Placement at YBN University, Ranchi, Jharkhand. So he is wearing many important responsibilities, and he gave his consent to be here with us on this 2 days international e-conference. So we are on behalf of organizing committee, we are very thankful to you, sir. And the topic of Professor Goswami's talk is artificial intelligence in teaching and learning in Indian classroom, a need for 21st century. This is really a burning topic, and I am pretty sure that all of us will be benefited from your lecture. Over to you, sir. Sir, your mic is mute, I think.
Now it's okay, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So should I start?
Yes, sure,
Fine.
sir.
Okay. Fine. A very good afternoon, Honorable Patron Dr. Dionys Minch, Convener Dr. A.K. Trivedi, Honorable Co-Convener, and my dear research scholar and dear students. I am Dr. Virendra Goswami, Dean at YBN University, Ranchi. Would like to present on the topic AI in teaching and learning, a need for a 21st century. Before we move ahead with the presentation, let's understand my idea behind choosing this topic. AI has an influence almost every sector and industry, and its impact on teaching and learning in no less. AI has transformed the entire education industry, and with the stuck of pandemic shift towards remote learning and teaching, it has caught everybody's interest. So essentially, it has become the need of the hour. So let's start with our today agenda. So now let's look at the point that we are going to discuss throughout the presentation. AI being the need of the future, AI in education, AI technology domain, application of AI, career and opportunities in AI, and conclusion. Next. So first of all, we should all of you be familiar with what is AI. So AI is a technology of a computer science that deal with the study and development of intelligent machine and software which think and act like a human being. If we develop any device which work or some part of work like a human being, then we can say it is a AI device. So no machine can work exactly like a human brain, but if any machine would partially work like a human brain, then we can say that it is a AI machine or AI device. The subdomain of AI is a machine learning, is a type and a branch of AI that extract patterns out of raw data by using an algorithm or method. The key focus of machine learning is to allow a computer system to learn from experience without being explicitly programmed or a human intervention. And deep learning is a subset of machine learning on is machine learning based on the artificial neural network. The best example of AI that we know known of Cortina, which was developed by a Windows operating system. So these are the main field of AI, and this figure shows that the deep learning is a subset of machine learning, and machine learning is the subset of artificial intelligence. And this data science is a partially some part of deep learning, some part of machine learning, and some part of artificial intelligence. Plus, there we where we use different statistical tools and mathematical model or formula in data science. So these whole pictures represent some something about this artificial intelligence. Next is why AI is needed of the future. It is not a new that India has an acute shortage of teachers at elementary level, secondary level, and even in the higher levels. According to statistics given by the HRD Ministry of India in 2016,
Excuse
there
me,
is
sir.
a shortage of 1 million teachers across this country at that time.
Excuse me, sir. Sir,
Yes.
sir, your slides are not moving.
Not moving.
No, sir. It's only why AI is the need of the future. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Acha, just a minute.
I put it on the presentation mode.
Okay. Just a minute, sir.
Okay, sir.
Sorry. Sir, is it visible?
Yes, sir. But it is not in slideshow mode.
Slideshow mode.
Yeah.
Okay. Just a minute.
Sir, beside the percentage on your screen, on just beside it is slideshow.
Just beside the
Where is
slideshow.
percentage of your screen is there on the lower side, right lower side?
Right lower side percentage.
Yes. 150% is there, and beside that, that is an icon. Click on that, and it will go on the slideshow.
I unable to find this percentage sign. Okay. Okay, fine. Next. Present now. Or a entire screen or a Windows? Entire screen. Okay. Mm-hmm. Green. हाँ I know. Okay, fine. हाँ Okay, fine. Okay. Thanks. So, uh, we'll continue from this slide. Why AI is the need of the future. So, we are in the in such a scenario. How can India, a country with the second largest population in the world, cope with the challenges of providing the quality of education to all? An intervention that would make it more inclusive and accessible, bring AI to the classroom in India might just be the solution that we have been looking for. Below are a few ways in which AI could effectively be used in the Indian education system. So, first is personalized education. The most important reason is that AI can be adapt individual student learning and grasping abilities. It can also find out his or her strength and weakness. How much ever we try, a single teacher per class is not enough to fulfill the need of all 60 students, on average 60 students. In this scenario, enabling a student with AI system in a classroom or at their home might be the solution to solve the problem of low quality and increasability at one stroke. Newton's create adaptive learning technology. This is a tools software for education. It program called ALTA helped identify the gap in the student knowledge, providing relevant coursework, and place the student back on track for college level courses. Next, this is AI is the assistant to a teachers also. Teachers have to handle multiple responsibilities such as evaluation, grading, paper setting, creating mark sheet, and tracking the performance of every student. If these tasks are made easy for them, they then they would focus more on the course development, teaching quality, and skill development. AI system can assist the teachers in all these tasks, making these tasks not only automated but also intelligent. With AI system in place, it will easier for a teachers to focus on the student rather than mundane administrative tasks. ANSI AI provide a holistic AI-based learning solution that is designed to operate via a smart interactive display in collaboration with a human teachers. At its core, it essentially teachers-focused AI assistant. So this one is a tools, you can software which help teachers, means it help as an assistant to a teacher. Next, accessible and inclusive education. India has over 600 million young people. All of them deserve a good education, skill, and jobs. AI education can become a more accessible and inclusive at the same time. Various tutorial programs, learning application with skill-based curriculum are being developed across the globe. Uh, Such system could be a boon for a rural education. A student living in the most remote part of India would be able to learn the way it is learned in an urban setting area. Brainly is the social media site for a classroom question. Using machine learning algorithm to filter out of spam, Brainly allow a user to ask homework questions and receive automatic verified answer from fellow students. Next, proctored online examination. Remote proctoring is the new technology that can help to simplify the examination invigilation process. A student can appear for the exam from any location from classroom or from even home. System is able to investigate such exam remotely using remote proctoring. It uses a wave camera attached to the computer system to authorize a remote student. ProctorU is a software online remote proctoring service provider that offer functionality such as auto proctoring and live proctoring. Answer sheet evaluation. Physical answer sheet evaluation is one of the pain area for education institution. Many entities are moving towards an on-screen evaluation system as it intelligence and auto calculates the score. Sorry. It also ensured that the examiner has truly verified all pages of the answer sheet. It also saves the logistical cost of handling the physical answer sheets. Eklavya software has built a features and support to automate on-screen, online paper checking mechanism. So with the help of this Eklavya, we can evaluate the answer sheet. And next is streamline the education system. An application based on the machine learning technology collected and analyzed the data of students related to the various dynamics such as academic performance, the reason for school dropout, quality and skill of teachers, social demography, gender, etc. AI can work as a catalyst in streamline the education system and help institution to make better decision. Kidaptive, an adaptive learning platform, contain AI algorithm that help educational institution collect data and increase learner engagement. It's also AI enhance the student experience. AI is enabling advising system that enhance the student experience. AI is now enabling a higher education institution to provide 24 into 7 personalized assistant to student to help them navigate the complexity of the campus life and enhance their campus experience. Mika is a software. Mika offers AI-based tutorial tools for students too busy for after-school tutors and too lost in a sea of other students for personalized attention. AI can enhance the experience of students with disabilities. The system available that can describe the content of the of photo for the visual impaired automatically create a caption of video for the deaf and hard hearing, synthesize more realistic voice in multiple languages for text to speech reading, and operate on the screen, mouse and keyboard and text to speech using only eye movement for those unable to use a keyboard due to physical impairment. Natex Learning is a tool for teacher. Let's design a teacher's curriculum across the variety of digital platform and devices. The site help even the most technological illiterate educators incorporate interactive element like audio, video, and self-assessment to their digital lesson plan, all within a personalized learning cloud platform. Cloud platform through which we can access from anywhere that lesson plan or whatever notes or tutorial. Everything can be accessed with the help of this learning cloud platform. Next, AI is advancing the capabilities of learning analytics. Learning analytics involve the measurement, collection, analysis, and report of the data about learner and the context in which the learning takes place, with the aim of improving the teaching and learning environment. Century Tech platform utilize cognitive neuroscience and data analytics to create a personalized learning plans and reduce the workload for instructor. So these are the different tools, AI tools through which we can use for our teaching and learning method. And next, the history of AI, how this AI become more popular. So first, in 1950s, Alan Turing, a scientist, which developed a machine, Alan Turing machine, through which a machine can check whether the machine can think or not. This machine check whether a machine can think or not. If a machine can think, then this Turing test will become successful. If a machine cannot think, or after testing, if it not think like a human brain, then the machine is not a AI based. So this Turing test is the means you can say starting of the AI. Uh, Starting of AI. After that, many scientists developed the various machine related to AI, and finally, in 1997, IBM developed a machine. That machine is called Blue Deep or Deep Blue. Okay. This machine defeat the world chess champion Gary Kasparov. Okay. This AI-based machine defeat the world chess champion Gary Kasparov in 1997. After that, AI become more popular, and this paper become more means research continuous research are going on AI. And next, AI in education. There are this AI paper we are teaching to our student, like machine learning is a one paper of AI. Within machine learning, the topics are deep learning, supervised learning, and unsupervised learning. Second one is NLP, natural language processing, where we taught content extraction, classification, machine translation, question answering, text generation. And third domain is export system. Export system is what it is, a kind of a machine, or you can say a system which is expert in some specific domain. Like we can create a export system for any doctors. Okay. For eye specialization doctor, we can create a expert system. Many expert system already developed in India. Okay. So these research are going on. And next topic is vision, where in vision the main subtopic is image recognition and machine vision. After that, speech recognition, where there are main topic is speech to text and text to speech. We are using Google for this speech recognition. And then planning and robotics. Robotics is also a main domain or a main subset of this AI, where we learn how a robot work like a human brain. Some part of our daily life can be solved with the help of this robot. So these are the different areas of AI. Next, artificial intelligence technology domains. So natural language processing is the one area. Expert system, speech recognition and dictation, chatbot and virtual agent, machine learning, image processing, deep learning and neural network, decision and project management, biometrics and authentication, robotics, text analytics, process optimization, and AI modeling. So these are the different technologies of AI. And there are various applications we are developing and already developed on artificial intelligence, like self-driving car already developed. Okay, and day by day, this research and development are going on. In same way, gaming. Okay, and next cloud computing, where we how we can store our data, how we can retrieve the data from the remote area. Okay, how we can access those data. So these all are belongs to a cloud. There are different types of cloud, like public cloud, private cloud, hybrid, and community cloud are there. Okay, we are using free cloud computing various application like Dropbox, Google Drive, OneDrive. So these are the different application we all are using. Uh, Next is data science, virtual personal assistant, smart car, prediction, fraud detection, online customer support, news generation, security surveillance, music and movies recommendation services, manufacturing, cyber security. So in this area, we are using the application of AI. And career and opportunities. AI after doing some degrees and in artificial intelligence, student can absorb as a machine learning engineers, robotic scientist, data scientist, business intelligence developer, research scientist, R&D engineers, company vision engineers, artificial intelligence researcher, AI developer, digital transformation consultant, AI engineers, embedded system engineers. So these are the field where a student can absorb in the industries. And now I would like to sum up the presentation. So I am concluding my presentation. AI has already brought about many changes in the education sector. AI education has become more accessible and personalized for students, improving the quality of education. It is predicted that in the future, a student will have a personal assistant, a robot throughout their school, if not their entire lives. Similarly, there will be a AI-powered assistant for our teachers to help them in a certain task like grading assignments and evaluation. AI will also help connect classroom across the world and create a link between students worldwide. This will help bring the globe to the students' classrooms and help them uh, exposed to different views, opinion, and cultures. AI will facilitate in building a holistic environment in classroom. So there are many more possibilities with AI. What we need to do is dig deeper to reap the full benefit of this marvelous piece of technology. Thank you. Now,
Thank you very much, sir, for your nice lucid presentation. And you spared your valuable time for this
Yes.
international e-conference. And that's why we are very much thankful to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. These are part of job. We should do this type of conference. I will also organize, and I will welcome you all in my
Sure, sir.
universities. And thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, the next presentation is of Mr. Braj Kishore Pathak. Mr. Pathak is a research scholar at Department of Computer Science, Dr. C.V. Raman University, Bilaspur. The topic of his presentation is Internet censorship and cyber security in the field of social media. Over to you, Mr. Braj Kishore.
Censorship and cyber security in the field of social media. The internet developed from the ARPANET, which was funded by the US government to support projects within the government and at universities and research laboratories in the US, but grew over time to include most of the world's large universities and the research arms of many technologies companies. Several countries have adopted law requiring the state to work to ensure that internet access is broadly available and are preventing the state from unreasonably restricting an individual's access to information and the internet. As early as the 1990, when proliferation of the internet started, countries were already enacting legislation on internet censorship. Internet censorship increased since 1997 and was marked by disparities in policy, types of governments, divergent approaches in adherence to international human rights treaties, restriction on internet access, and content affected gradually. Internet censorship has become more visible, gaining attention from scholars and research institutions in different disciplines, including media and communication, information technology, law, politics, science, and economics. Internet censorship in India. Internet censorship in India is selectively participated by both federal and state governments, while there is no sustained government policy or strategy to block access to internet content on a large scale. Measures for removing content have become more common in recent years. However, websites blocked either by the government or internet service providers can often be accessed through proxy server. In June 2000, the Indian Parliament created the Information Technology Act to provide a legal framework to regulate internet use and commerce, including digital signature, security, and hacking. The act criminalizes the publishing of sensitive information electronically and grants policy power to search any premises without a warrant and arrest individual in violation of the act. A 2008 amendment to the IT Act reinforced the government's power to block internet site and content and criminalize sending message deemed inflammatory or offensive. In 2003, the Government of India established the Indian Computer Emergency Response Team to ensure internet security. Its state mission is to enhance the security of India's communication and information infrastructure through proactive action and effective collaboration. Certain is the agency that accepts and reviews requests to block access to a specific website. All licensed Indian ISPs must comply with certain decisions. There is no review or appeals process. Many institutions, including the Ministry of Home Affairs, courts, the Intelligence Service, the police, and the National Human Rights Commission, may call on it for specialist expertise. By stretching the provision against publishing of sense, content to include the filtering of websites. Certain was empowered to review complaints and act as the sole authority for issuing blocking instruction to the Department of Telecommunication. Many have argued that giving certain this power through executive order violates constitutional jurisprudence, holding that specific legislation must be passed before the government can encroach on individual rights. Different forms of internet censorship in social media application. A comprehensive review of tools and technology for internet censorship is outlined by Mudrose and Anderson. Filtering mechanisms include TCP/IP header filtering. The sensor router can insert the internet protocol address and port number of the destination. If the destination is found to be on a blacklist, the connection is dropped or redirected to a page indicating that access to the destination is denied. TCP/IP content filtering. The sensor router inspects the packet contents for any patterns or keywords that may be blacklisted. The focus is not on content but on where packets are going to or coming from. Domain name server tampering. Normally, domain name server are accessed by user computers to retrieve the corresponding IP addresses of a given domain. Through domain name server tampering, domain name resolution could fail as the router could send back an erroneous response that does not contain the right IP addresses, hence the connection fails. Hypertext transfer protocol proxy filtering. In some cases, users are forced to use HTTP proxy that are assigned for accessing the internet. Those proxies may be the only way to reach the internet, and hence all traffic that goes through the proxies can be monitored. This is more powerful than TCP/IP headers and DNS filtering. Hybrid TCP/IP and HTTP proxy filtering. Because using HTTP proxy filtering is often demanding, a solution was devised to use only HTTP proxy filtering for a list of IP addresses known to have provided content. If any of those IP addresses is accessed, traffic is redirected to a transparent HTTP proxy, which inspects the transferred stream and filtered any banned content. Denial of server attacks. Denial of server attacks can be launched on a host server. A large number of computers request services from a particular server, overwhelming it with too much traffic and causing the server and its connection to stall. Server takedown. Through legal, extra-legal, or pressure methods, a company hosting a specific server could take it down and disconnect it from the internet. The owner of the server may be able to transfer the server's contents, however, provided that a backup copy exists to another hosting company within hours. Social techniques. This includes the requirement to show photo identification before using public computers at libraries or internet cafes. Social or religious norms that force internet user to avoid opening particular content. And families placing the computer in the living room is another example of a social technology of censorship. Internet censorship tools for cyber security. The purpose of using both VPN and proxy server is to conceal the user identity or to spoof a certain geolocation. Although performing a similar function, the actual processes involved are very different and therefore have very different consequences. Proxy software compatibility issue with web proxies. Web proxies only work for web traffic, so they cannot be used for other internet services such as email or instant messaging. Many are also incompatible with complex websites like Facebook, streaming multimedia content on sites such as YouTube, and encrypted sites that are accessed through HTTPS. Worse yet, some web proxies cannot themselves be accessed through HTTPS. If you use such a proxy to log into a destination site that is normally secure, you may be putting your sensitive information, including your password, at risk. Security risk with web proxies. You should be aware of some of the risks associated with the use of web proxies, particularly those operated by individual or organization. You do not know if you use a web proxy simply to read a public website such as www.bbc.co.uk. Your only real concern are that someone might learn that you are viewing a censored news source. Someone might learn which proxy you really want to do show. VPN or virtual private network. Security issue. One of the advantages of using a VPN is that it allows remote users to securely access the enterprise system. Unfortunately, this also makes the network susceptible to security breaches. Often a remote user will use unsecured access, such as a personal laptop, to access the enterprise's network. If this device has a virus or some other malicious software, it can compromise the network. Once the user has authenticated his access request and successfully logged onto the servers. Performance issue. Lease license or a dedicated data service can give an organized guaranteed bandwidth regardless of the traffic load on the network or the requirements of competing entities. In contrast, that can be a no bandwidth guarantee on public network unless elaborate resource sharing protocols such as MPLS are used. Similarly, it might be difficult to get VPN solution from different providers to work with each other due to the different standard and protocols that may be in use. This should become less of an issue or service providers adopt more generally accepted standard and the industry became more mature. Complexity. VPN often use multiple network topologies, protocol networks, hardware equipment, and service provider to establish a single VPN tunnel. Using several data services providers can make a network more robust, but at the same time, trying to get several network components to work well together can only create complexity, especially most of these components weren't designed to work together. VPN is superior in almost every way to proxies. It provides vastly improved online anonymity and protect your entire online life. Online security proxy, it gives very low level security. Only on SSL connection everything is interrupted, but on non-SSL connection everything is vulnerable to cyber threats. VPN, it gives high level encryption up to 256 bit. VPN is more like a safe vault. Once you have validated it, all your communication are completely secure. Online privacy, when using a proxy, anyone can intercept your private data. VPN, with VPN all your data is totally encrypted and therefore no one can intrude in your privacy. Not even your ISP can monitor your activities. Online freedom, it only works for certain jurisdiction and cannot help you bypass strong firewall and censorship. With VPN, you can access any website from anywhere in the world. Speed, it does compromise your internet speed to great extent due to overloaded servers. With VPN, you can avail best solution to boost up your internet speed such as smart DNS. VPN does not compromise your internet speed. Compatibility, it is limited only to certain browser. It works with all OS and devices such as Windows, Android, iOS, Linux, Mac and routers. Reliability only works for bypassing geo-restricted channels and provides no security at all, hence not reliable. It is the most sophisticated tool to ensure your online security, privacy and freedom at same time, hence offers unreliable stability. It usually crashes most of the time. It gives maximum downtime even when you are in the middle of downloading or streaming. VPN is 99.9% stable and provides you maximum uptime. The big achievement of our area, we especially thank to government BBSD college. They organize second international e-conference on emerging trends in computer science. Especially thanks to government BBSD college patron Dr. Devnish Minj Pracharya, convener Dr. A.K. Divedi, co-convener Dr. P.K. Singh, and all of technical organizing committee. This is the help of grow in the research scholar and participated person and relates all other concerned persons.